after after realizing that whatever happened to Dimitri's son was potentially a result of the resurrection that the abbot had performed. And after having the wife of Dimitri exiled from Kresk, you headed up towards the Abbey, and you encountered two Bellevues. The Bellevues is a family name. Somebody you recognize as Cyrus Bellevue is the current one of the current servants of Strahd in the castle. But you met, you think, relatives of his, Otto and Zeigfreg Bellevue, who led you through the doors of the Abbey into the main inner courtyard. From there, you waited for a few moments and a few minutes, rather, and realized that there was a woman with bat-like wings and fangs that look like spiders chained up in the far end of the courtyard. After a few minutes, Otto came back out and told you that the abbot was busy doing something, some sort of preparation. But he would like to invite all of you for dinner the following evening. You, with some quick thinking, decided to drop a lockpick for this tied-up creature that had asked you to kill her. You never got her name, but you realized that this creature was clearly trying to flee. You then decided to post up on the top, just above the abbey on a hillside. Instead, you turned into an owl, visiting some of the areas around the abbey, including the I wanted to call it like the bell tower. I guess that's what it's called. It's called the belfry, including the belfry, where you saw a strange-looking creature, creature with two heads, a crab-like hand, who was playing some sort of like violin-like instrument. You also, after landing in the graveyard, you had a pretty distinct vision that led you to believe that clearly at some point in time, long, long ago, this abbey was used as a place of good, a place of worship. As you read one of the main gravestones, you read the name Tasha Petrovna, healer of kings, beacon of light unto the west, servant,
light,
companion, and believer. And it was then that hopefully you realized that the beacon of light Madame Eva spoke about is in fact a real place, a place that you've now found. Through your vision, you realize that whatever had happened, some sort of darkness clearly spread throughout the land. And within your vision, you saw a holy symbol, a symbol that led you to remember a necklace that was around one of the hag's necks, a necklace that's around a neck. In Vallaki.
Normally where necklaces are.
That's true. Around the neck of one of the hags in Vallaki. And the vision told you of a grave to the west with roses that never die in a place built by healers. And that when all turns to darkness, bring this holy symbol to this grave to resummon the light and find a treasure long lost. And that's when you found yourself like back in the real world, staring at that grave that you were standing in front of. And in fact, when you did look, there are a set of roses next to it that look brand new, very like almost as if it was spring. And this is while it's snowing. With that, what else did you do? Oh yeah, as you were on top of the hillside, you quickly, after a long evening, waited until dawn where you realize that the pool below the abbey on the far end of Kresk was glowing more so than it had before. The statue that was there alongside the gazebo was glowing brighter than ever. You decided, all of you, to run down the hill, anime style, and threw your close companion into the water, although he couldn't swim.
No, I was dive bombed by a bird. Okay.
This is true. At
Well,
which
like,
point,
Like a B-52 dropping it on Hiroshima. All right, that's
at
what
which
fucking
point
happened.
you realize that whatever was plaguing Cormac was starting to be pulled out of him by this clearly blessed water. Unfortunately, it was then that, almost as all things in Barovia, turned for the worst. You noticed Irina approaching the water and seeing a vision of Sergei. The two embraced, confirming your belief that Irina is definitely possessed by the soul of Tatiana. And just as they embraced and started to fade from view, it was then that something ripped open the sky above you and lightning struck down onto the pool, killing Irina. And you heard through the thunder, in short form, if I can't have her, no one can. And that Irina belongs to Strahd. And that is where we pick up today's session. Did I miss anything? I hope not.
Nope.
I should
Yo,
really start writing this down at some point.
I bet that grave is Sergei's grave.
So the
Which one?
grave, the
In
grave
the
on
Abbey?
top, on top in the abbey did have somebody's name on it.
Yeah.
So the name that is, and I think I have a picture, not of the grave, but of text.
Am I supposed to have exhaustion?
No, I think
Probably
that
not.
was from our long rest.
So Tasha Petrovna is the name. Her kind of title is Healer of Kings. And kind of the phrases about her are the beacon of light unto the west, servant, companion, and believer.
Okay, so it's not Sergei's.
It is not Sergei's. Although you definitely find it interesting that for those of you magically inclined, his spirit clearly is tied to this body of water somehow. Clearly is tied.
Or was I got a couple of questions. Before I got a logistics question because this might be important. For the Tome of Strahd, it says I have it says it gets 3 charges.
Okay.
But some of the things cost 5.
You haven't paid to unlock the additional charges.
Yeah, it's a DLC
Yeah.
actually.
Pay to win.
Tosh, I can
Yeah.
hear feedback from you.
Yeah, I'm
subscription.
trying to fix that. Okay.
Okay.
that better?
Okay.
I think so.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Cool.
So for
On
Blah,
my
blah, blah.
sheet, the last thing I have.
okay, I'll update it with the proper description. I'm thinking the description you have is probably the one, or partly at least, from the real thing, quote unquote real thing.
Have you paid for your Amazon Amatome Prime? Amatome Prime.
Let's
Fuck
see.
that up. I've had a few. Sorry.
Let's see here. Can I can't really format this very nicely for you. I will do my best.
I guess I don't. Oh wait. Okay, so
There.
it gives me
I
charge.
just updated the
understand.
description.
I think I understand. now
Hopefully this is the
instead of-
same one that you had.
Okay, yeah. So it gave me charges, but I don't actually use charges. I use them as rituals.
Correct. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Did it show you charge? Oh,
It does in the item on my spellbook, but I'll just ignore that.
yeah. Just ignore that. It's probably because I don't know what I'm doing.
No, that's fine. Okay.
That's
No,
definitely
that's great.
Okay. Here we go. Okay.
That might matter for later. Okay.
There you go. Does that fix it for you?
Sure. Now I have 999 charges.
Perfect.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
99 charges, but a bitch ain't one.
The thing is, if you want to unlock the all completion achievements, you have to use all 999 charges.
Oh no.
Watch
Yeah.
us.
Get murder hobo in.
Yeah.
All right. So you had another question as well, or was that the question?
That was the main one that was
Cool.
technical.
All right. Then with that, I'll open it to all of you. As you stand here, the sky is still kind of like reforming. Like I said, it was almost as if somebody had peeled back the veil of the land, and it's like slowly starting to rejoin.
So I can basically say what I put in the RP chat, because I think that would happen pretty much immediately. I think people read it, but basically I ran into the water, pulled her body out, and then cast Gentle Repose from the book. But now I see a problem with that. I shouldn't have asked about the charges. Do I have to cast Gentle Repose as a ritual?
Technically, yes.
Oh, fuck. Which means it takes a full 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Or not. I don't think any of us are going anywhere.
Yeah, we're not going to
Either way.
interrupt you.
Well, no, but it matters because that means Revivify is no longer a spell that will help me.
Mm.
How fast do you have to cast Revivify?
Within a
3
minute.
minute? A minute?
Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
Shit.
Fuck.
So you either do one or the other.
No,
forgot
I
to do
don't. I can't cast Revivify.
Yeah, we don't have the stuff.
I don't have the components.
Yeah, to cast Revivify, you need a diamond that's worth 300 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Or diamonds in...
Yeah.
Diamonds?
If you had, like, say you have, like, 4 diamonds that are worth... Why did I choose 4?
Less.
Say you have 3 diamonds that are worth 100 gold each. Like, I just made that hard for
No,
myself.
go
with
back to
math.
4. Go back to 4. Tell me how much
Fuck's sake.
they would need
What's
to
the
be
math
worth.
on that?
Fuck's sake.
So like my
Uh,
tiny sapphire.
Yeah,
that's
so if you had,
worth
if you had
1,000,
4, you know,
not
you'd
gonna
need
help?
75
be
75 gold
diamonds.
worth of diamond pieces each.
So I guess to kind of give you guys time to think about that, Reeves's response is to, like, just in the instant when things start to go bad and the lightning strikes out, it's like your instinct to, like, jump out of, like, oh my gosh, there's, like, lightning. Well, it's that extended beyond, like, you see when people get, like, a jump scare where a monster, like, on Halloween, and they just keep, like, freaking out. Well, it's Train's, like, initial jump, or Reeves's initial jump, and then, like, seeing what's happening and just shouting, like, no, and is, like, trying to just reflexively do something to stop it. But obviously no amount of anything he can do is quick enough to help, and he just shouts no as it's happening, and realizes that he's too late and he can't do anything, and is just almost catatonic in response to what's happened. He's lost people he's cared about in Barovia before. No one quite as much as Irina, and he's been angry. He's been self-pitying. He's been a lot of things, and at this point he doesn't know what to be, and he is just silent and not reacting to really anything that you guys are doing at this point. He's just kind of in his head, just thinking, just being in that, stewing in what's happened.
So I am going to cast Gentle Repose, but knowing that it's probably hopeless. You know, I would need a real full resurrection or raise dead spell or something like that for it to matter. But I am going to do that for the next 10 minutes. So I'll pull her from the water and lay her charred body on lay my cloak out and prepare the ritual. Almost
Okay.
angrily casting it from Strahd's own book.
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Off table, I will say it was a good thing that you guys at least have gone through the book because it gave you access to that spell.
Yeah. So while I'm doing that for 10 minutes, I guess, what's everyone else doing?
Cormac, hearing Reeves yell out "no," probably wasn't even paying attention to this whole like ordeal with Tatiana, and it's just like, yes, I know this was sweet. Trying to dry himself off. But then turning around and realizing that there's a dead girl laying in the water now, being pulled out and mourned over pretty intensely. That was the girl you were supposed to be protecting, yes?
I am casting the spell, so I'm ignoring you if you're talking to me.
I'm
Reeves
talking
is
to anybody
catatonic.
who's listening.
Reeves doesn't even hear it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of nod towards Cormac as he says that.
I'm just staring at
In
Sid.
silence.
Well, we are off to a great start. Do we not have cleric around? Somebody who has more appropriate spells for this sort of thing?
He left us. I'm just
It
kidding.
was at that moment
I'm
that
kidding.
Mercer showed up. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
In a flash of radiant lightning.
God, that'd be cool. In the so basically the universe opened itself up, and like what was behind the veil that got peeled back? What did we see Strahd himself?
You did not. It was almost as if you saw. I think I have a picture actually.
Do we see any hands with any jewelry we would recognize?
You would have seen like a mix between like a clear starry night sky and you would probably have seen at least two elements that you think you would recognize as being fire as well as ice.
So when you say elements, do you mean like an actual flame, or do you mean like an
Yeah,
elemental?
in the very far distance, like elemental type fire.
So I guess you're just gonna do that ritual and
Yeah, if no one else is going to do anything, I'll pick up after that's finished. But
Yeah.
if people are just staring at me cast a ritual for 10 minutes, that's fine.
That's,
I'm on-
yeah.
I'm on my knees in the snow.
I'm not one for this type of magic. So unfortunately, if you need a place to bury her, somebody in town willing to dig a hole.
I think if you're saying that while I'm casting it, I think Sid would snap at you. Quiet, you're distracting me. What in the middle of the ritual?
Oh, okay. I'll hold my hands up and just be like, all right.
So you take your 10 minutes.
Okay.
As everyone stands there, kind of silently, some in shock, some still recovering from a slight bout of lycanthropy. And after 10 minutes, your magic, at least you think, succeeds as some of the mist kind of fades from the book and to Irina.
Sid will take his cloak and, after casting the spell, will wrap her body. Is any of her equipment, is her like rapier or any of that stuff, or is it everything just like toast? Is she just like charred?
No. You are surprised but not surprised to find her weapon is fully intact, as if it was never touched by anything. It is still like glistening, gleaming, but her like scabbard and like most of her clothes are charred. There's like a clear hole in her armor where the lightning struck as well.
I will take the rapier and I will hand it to Reeves. And I will say, I'll look after her body. You look after this. We started this journey together.
Yeah. I put the rapier on my knees, on my lap. And I'll look up at Sid. Actually, I think probably the first time I move in the past 10 minutes when he hands that to me, I look up and just kind of nod. We did start this together.
He'll nod and he'll look at Cormac and say, we're not burying her yet.
Are you just going to walk around with dead chick on your shoulder?
At that point, I'm gonna kick Cormac a little bit.
Hey.
A little bit.
Well, if I do it too hard, he's gonna take damage. So,
Maybe he needs it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to.
as I kick
be
him,
rude.
I'm gonna look at Sid and say, "Can we bring her back?"
The magic exists, but not in... I have seen nothing in Barovia that would allow me or even Mercer to bring her back. The only two people I can think of that may have a way is up there, and I'll point up at the Abbey, or the devil himself. Either them, or we have to get out of here and find the magic elsewhere. We have 10 days.
That brings me to my last point. I was not trying to be rude before I was so rudely kicked. I was just trying to say that, us 5 people walking around with dead girl is going to raise a lot of eyebrows.
I don't think seeing a dead body... You haven't been in Barovia long, but I don't think seeing someone carry a dead body in this forsaken place is all that strange.
I mean, but...
What about where we put the mirror?
That's fair, but, to
I don't
be
think
honest,
that's an option, Isabel.
I just think that,
In the cage?
it might become a hindrance, of course. Look, the only one strong enough to carry is the person who likes to kick, apparently.
Lisbeth goes to wind up his foot again and looks at you.
Got one in the chamber.
And they would have to put her down to engage in case, something did happen. and I feel that this would become quite a hindrance for our security, as we are still alive, and we cannot save her while we are dead. No?
What's your solution?
Is there a safe place we can keep her?
It may not be the most reverent solution that you are looking for your friend, but I do have a way of possibly carrying her. It may take a little bit of stuffing and manipulation, but she would be safe and easily transportable. And I will just hold up my bag of holding.
It's no disrespect to the dead if we're bringing her back to life, is it?
I certainly can't carry her.
And the safest place she'd be is with us.
As I said, not the most reverent or elegant solution, but it is a solution that allows us to keep moving.
What is and you might not have thought of these details, but what does maybe Cormac's bag of holding look like?
Oh, it is nice. It is like straight up like Gucci bag that he didn't pay for with like legal funds. It is probably, it looks more like almost like a sort of like a messenger bag, more or less, than anything else.
Okay.
Decorated with sort of probably in a deepish sort of purple, very very gaudy, but looks good.
What does
Alright.
the inside of a bag of holding look like?
It's just
Very
like a dark
Gucci.
void.
Yeah, pretty much. I always envision it that it's kind of this
Like if I were to
dark.
put the end of a torch in there and look in.
I always felt like it was just a bag. But the fact is that you could just get into it and sit there and you'd still kind of look around like you were in a bag. But it would somehow hold your entire body in it.
So
I feel like it's its own universe.
Now I'll pull out
Yeah.
like a tiny bit of string and like start measuring her, like from shoulder to shoulder, from like head to foot.
After a very long pause and a deep breath, Sid would say, if we do this, I assume you'd be carrying that bag and not giving it up to
Well,
someone else to carry.
It is my bag. But you can trust as long as she is in my bag, it is my bag and I'm not going to give it up to anyone. So she is safe. As long as I am safe, she will be safe. Yes?
Sid will look at you very, directly and say, this would not have happened if we had not rushed down to save you from your curse.
And I understand this. But remember, I also did not ask to be dropped in pool.
We know
But
if he's
rest assured,
I don't see how he's connected to what has happened, though. I feel like she could have walked up here any day and it would have happened.
This is not like a logic thing.
No,
This
I know.
It is just like breaking.
No, that's why Lisbeth is saying I don't know if.
Just rest assured.
How did it not happen before we got here? How did she says she visits this pool every day.
She will be fine in my bag.
There's nothing in there that can poke her, right?
As long as I am safe, she will be safe. I mean, there are a few things like, a couple empty bottles of few things, maybe a pen, parchment, stuff like that, but nothing dangerous or sharp. Plus, I do not think it works that way. I don't quite understand it, but it was a good deal. I just know based off her dimensions and the dimensions of the bag,
She would fit in there quite comfortably.
It would be the safest
will-
way to carry her.
Do we plan on bringing her anywhere?
Up to the well, Reeves is asking that.
Yeah, okay, so Reeves is gonna turn around and see all the commotion, and Cormac holding the bag out, and just gonna be, we can't do this to her. What do we? Why would you put her in there? You've put her to rest. She's stable as is. If we want to get information and make a plan on what to do moving forward, let's leave her here.
Let me pose hypothetical to you. Let's say we leave her here.
I don't mean like literally in the place we're at. I mean like
I'm just saying,
in a house.
Let's say we find a place.
Like with
yes,
the
we
mayor.
leave her here in this town, in the home, right? Yes, and then we're off to la la la, you know, looking for a cure, looking for spell to bring her back. And then we realize that we have traveled so far, or the person who has spell is not willing to travel with us, or we are running out of time in order to make it back in time to cast spell to resurrect her. Would it not be best just to have her on hand?
I mean, our
I'm
first stop.
I'm not leaving her anywhere for him, and I'll point up at the Abbey, or for the devil to dig up.
Her safest place is with us. She needs to stay with us.
Yes, so please,
And
let's just go ahead and put her in the bag, and the matter will be settled. She will be safe. You can keep eye on the bag. You keep eye on me, and we'll be good. I can assure you, look, I want to get out of this place as much, if not more, than you. But I have really no need for dead girl in my bag, okay? What am I going to do with her? Where am I going to put her?
She's not dead girl. She has a name. She's Irina.
Okay,
And
Irina. What purpose do I have to keep Irina to myself?
it feels disrespectful to her memory to treat her like cargo.
Maybe so, but
I feel
do
like
the
we'll have a better
means?
chance.
Good.
I feel like we'll have a better chance with her in the bag, because then we can go places and ask questions, and they won't look at us crossed because we have, dead Irina on someone's shoulder. So I feel like I would vote for the bag.
The means justify the end. Okay, look, she right at the moment she is not going to know that she is in bag.
So Sid will say, I've made my opinion and lines known, and he will turn and walk toward. Is there anything remaining of the statue or the gazebo or any of that stuff, or did it all get blown away?
Unfortunately, you did notice that the gazebo is already in bad disrepair. Unfortunately, it is completely in bits.
And the statue?
The same.
He'll walk over to the site, to that area anyway, and he'll just kind of look out, not facing the group.
Yeah. If you're all of one mind on this, then I won't fight you, but I'll insist on just at least helping. It's probably going to take a couple of us to gently place her in, but I'll insist on being part of that process.
I suggest head first so arms don't get stuck on the edges of bag.
Yeah, I'm definitely not. Sid is not in earshot for this process. He's certainly walked away.
No.
I am
he's
keeping
not-
an eye on Sid because I'm like, he's like one hair strand away from having a break Mental break.
Lisbeth
He
will
already had a
go.
mental break.
You can
Lisbeth
have
will go
multiple.
help. Lisbeth will go help. Place her in the bag, and he'll just say she's not cargo in any means. We are just providing her safe transport
Yes, that is all.
to get her where she needs to be.
We will take. Like I said, she doesn't know she's in bag. Only we know. We don't have to tell her. We take her out before we cast spell. It's all good.
Reeves is not acknowledging Cormac right now.
I was gonna say, Lisbeth is gonna look at Cormac and go, "Do you ever stop talking?
No, it is a problem. But
Sometimes less is more."
Yeah, with Lisbeth taking kind of the bulk of the weight, I'm assuming, and we can kind of finesse.
I'll
her
hold the
in.
bag open.
Yeah, and I'll kind of.
If you want to
You know,
hold,
like trying to
hold her
get,
head, yeah.
you know, trying to get like a plastic bag around a rather large pizza box at the grocery store. You know.
I almost feel like if you hold the bag open the way it works, that don't. I'm picturing it more like if somebody holds the bag open, I can literally just like kind of like arms under her knees and her back and kind of just lift her up and then place her like in the bag. It's kind of how
Reeves is
I'm
going to be
seeing
insistent
it.
on the gentle, just
Mhm.
guiding of the corpse into the threshold of the bag. He'll be a little ceremonious about it.
Oh man.
Look, just push. Just push a little bit. Look,
say-
put more effort. It's the shoulder.
You all manage without issue.
It was
to
real
put-
close to becoming an
She's
issue.
safe.
Yeah.
We were real close to becoming an issue.
That's why the perfect timing has. But you manage to place Irina into the bag of holding, and you think, even as you're standing there, obviously the physical weight is no longer kind of bearing down on you, Cormac, but you do feel like a heavy presence on your shoulders.
Okay. That's fair. I've carried lots of heavy books in my day.
As I'm standing in the kind of over by the statue, where the statue was, is there? I guess while I'm trying to avoid paying attention to what they're doing, do I sense or see any presence of, I guess what we assumed was Sergey, or kind of
do
magic
not.
or anything?
Unfortunately, the water has gone completely dim. It is basically, if you remember, the lake just north of Valaki, Lake Zarevich, the water is very similar. It's kind of this, not murky, but it's this kind of darker blue. It is not shimmering like it was before.
Sid will, I'll spit on the ground and then walk back over, just in disgust.
Lisbeth is going to ask ask Sid how much time did you buy us with her?
So Jeff, for gentle repose, or maybe
Mhm.
John, you know this too. It's 10 days from one casting, but can you chain it? Can you keep casting it?
I think
That
that's up to DM discretion. I don't believe it says anything in the spell description itself.
It doesn't in the spell
about it.
description.
I think
It
it's
does
just, I think it's, you can do it over and over again, which I know is kind of busted, but you just gotta not lose the body.
I mean, it's busted, but I mean, how often are you going to be walking around with a dead
Yeah.
body on you for more than 10 days?
Yeah, I would say you can chain, quote unquote, chain the spell.
It's just like pressing the pause button on decomposing, right?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
So I'll say
Keep them in a stasis state.
as long as I have the tome and I'm alive, indefinitely.
Why would you say that?
1,000 times.
At least 1,000 times. Yeah.
An uncountable, an
Amount.
unknowable time. Number of times.
That's 10,000 days.
Well, that's good considering none of us are going to die, right?
Correct. Matt.
How's
I
the
mean-
popcorn?
Like,
There's a lot of people I
Staring-
didn't think
I'm
were
like
gonna.
s-
I didn't think Irina was gonna die.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sad I missed that whole session.
If you watch it, just skip the like middle 2
Yeah.
hours.
yeah, the 2 hours of us not doing anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
What would you like to do?
I will point the spear.
To
Point
bring
my
her
spear
back.
back up to the abbey and say, I think we have some questions to ask. Or something to look for.
Yep.
I don't know that the devil will leave us be after that. I mean, I guess like he's been essentially polite to us despite all the horror, and that was like seems like a line is crossed. I don't know.
I think we were
Devil?
inconsequential in the whole exchange.
Do you think we're inconsequential in this exchange? Do you like? I guess it's a question. Did Strahd take any notice of us in this moment of like blasting her, or are we just like bystanders to this thing that just happened?
I think with the amount of aggression that just came out and how enraged he was, I don't think he would have noticed anybody else was standing around.
Yeah.
No, we care. We're still insignificant to him, aren't we?
Did he say anything to us when he was there, or was he
Yes, I
completely
guess-
focused on them two?
Maybe my worry is less about us. My worry is that he just lost a chance for who knows how long, from what we know,
He's mad today.
to be with that. Maybe that's bad for all of Barovia.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not just bad for us.
But I feel like he's
Um,
done this like
And
a
A
lot.
lot.
I mean, yeah, we don't know.
Like
now
every
we're
time it
carrying
happens-
her.
I'm
Like,
sure
every
it doesn't
time-
leave him in a
We're
good
carrying
mood
her
killing
shell,
killing
technically.
his
Mhm.
beloved, even though he
Yeah.
knows she's coming back. I'm sure he doesn't love that.
But because of the spell that it did, technically her soul doesn't leave, correct? Which makes him even more mad.
I have
She's-
no
She's
idea.
not gonna come back.
I don't
We
even
don't
know
know
that Sid would understand what happens when you cast
Mm.
gentle. I mean, this isn't a druid spell. I cast this spell from the tome.
Oh, the tome.
I don't think I know anything about what happens to her soul. If we raise dead, does it just bring her soul back from what other place it was to the body, or is it still in the body? Like, I don't know.
You know who would know? Mercer.
Yeah,
We might
That's
need to go
true.
ask question.
I mean, the abbot. Abbot,
Mhm.
Abbot must have some kind of knowledge about how the bottle works.
Yeah,
I guess
And
that's
we've seen him
risky too,
in
eh?
several
Because
battles
isn't that the
before.
Sid will point up again at the abbey and say, he either has answers or he has to answer.
Well, let us get going then.
Sid means business?
I agree.
I mean, we were all essentially prepared to rush in there,
Hmm.
Well,
and yeah, prior to
Now we're
this
going in
whole
there with a purpose, not just to get rid
ordeal.
of him.
Yeah,
we have dinner plans. We have questions that we can ask. You know, we can either go in there and have dinner, have nice time, and then leave after finding out more information, scope out castle, find the ways in and out, as I said before.
it's
Or
early.
we can
It's not.
storm the
It's
castle.
It's first thing in the
9:30.
morning. Yeah.
It's 9:30. I think we're not
Yep.
waiting for dinner,
No.
and I don't think Merek would recommend we wait. He said a number of times.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're all heading up to the Abbey.
We also saw
Closest one with
Cormac.
answers.
I think he said he looks like he's thinking hard about something. Look over and say like, why are you lost in your thoughts?
Well, you know, just disassociating a little bit. That is all.
You sure that's it?
Of course. I'm trapped in Hellscape carrying dead girl in my bag. What else am I supposed to do?
Jeff, do I believe him?
I guess roll an insight check.
Because earlier I wanted to ask as well if he was like being truthful about putting her in there. Oh goddamn.
As far as you can tell, he's telling you the truth.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right. That's that.
Up we go.
All right, up to
Yep.
the abbot and Abby. You go.
And what's the plan when we get there? Sid, you're muted.
You're muted.
I'm not going to spend the entire session trying to figure out the
I
plan,
know,
so
I know.
we'll figure it out.
Are we going
Maybe-
in and my question is, are we sneaking in there
No.
to steal stuff, or are we going in and saying, Abbott, get your ass out here, we need to talk to you?
Hey, I bet.
Number 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
As
I think it's
We
not
can
very
no
talkative.
longer wait for dinner.
Yes, it's not very talkative on the front, and it seems like he's heading maybe more of a. If someone doesn't want him to go on a warpath, they're going to have to try to stop him.
I'm just making sure we're all on the same page of what we're doing when we get up there, so that one of us doesn't try to sneak in while the other person's ringing the doorbell.
We're pushing our way in. We're not fighting our way in, slashing our way in. We are walking to the abbot wherever he is.
With a mission.
That's the answer Lisbeth was hoping for. So,
However, there will be several people who put themselves between us and the abbot.
let's not try to pick any fights until we get in there then.
Okay. As you climb the hills, or the hill rather, that leads up to the abbey, the minutes continue to grate by. This time, it feels like it's taking a little bit longer than it did last time. The snow is a little bit higher, it's a little bit heavier, and it takes a little bit longer to climb the hillside than it did before. The road continues to snake along the cliff, and as you make your way to the top, once again you find yourself just slightly above the mists, and you found that over the last few hours the light dusting of snow has gotten, like I said, just a little bit higher. Once again, as you make your way to the front gates of the abbey, the north gate, the two Bellevues spot you coming, this time not sleeping, and quizzically ask for your reasoning of returning so quickly. You explain the situation and demand to speak to the abbot, and they once again guide you to the central courtyard in the abbey. So you guys can see this. Now knowing that all the guards atop the walls were clearly just a facade, you wait in the snow, and the minutes continue to grate by as the cold wind continues to cut through you. You still notice the same bat-like creature tied up and attempting to flee as you enter the courtyard. As this heavy weight on your shoulder, Cormac, continues to kind of pull down. It's almost as if Irina's spirit is heavier than her actual lifeless body.
I'm just gonna give the bag like a little shake, like I'm rearranging like things, you know, in like a backpack.
Yeah.
Lisbeth is gonna offer to Cormac. Are you sure you don't want me to hold on to that for a little bit?
It is perfectly capable in my hands. Thank you very much.
Seeing
You
him
look like you're struggling a little bit there, buddy. But
It's because I have short legs. That's all.
Every time he shifts like that, the bag around, Sid will kind of wince and like you can see him clenching his teeth, but not saying anything.
Reeves is gonna do something a little dramatic here.
Okay. I like dramatic.
We need drama.
As soon as we walk into the courtyard and I see the bat again, when they leave, like whoever it is who kind of like leaves us in the courtyard again, I'm gonna walk up to the bat and is my like lockpick still in the vicinity?
Roll a perception check.
23.
You notice it is no longer where you left it.
It was a 21. All right. Do I only have one lockpick? Is a lockpick? Do I just not have lockpicks anymore because I put that down? Or is that like a thing where like I have several of them that break?
Like a lockpicking set, right?
I would say it's like a set. Like you.
I heard about that.
Yeah, I feel like you have a set, not just one. Like, yeah, I feel like you maybe have like a key ring of maybe like, I don't know, 10 of them or something that.
You're a pretty good rogue. You keep a bunch of them.
Yeah, I feel like breaking one in a lock is like, pretty off. Like it can happen. So yeah.
Common practice.
I mean, different locks have different tumblers anyway.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, I'll just look at the bat. Is she flying?
She is trying to get away from. Yeah, and she's like continuing to like pull her chain tight every time that she's trying to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my hand on the chain and try and like signal to her to come down. Just like, I'm here to help.
Yeah, roll an animal handling check.
Animal handling.
You mean manimal handling?
Manimal handling.
Oh, I need to roll my wheel and woe.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my inspiration already.
All right.
I have woe.
Oh. I would like to use it anyway, but all right, so that's 18.
Okay. Yeah, once again, as you manage to kind of somehow signal to this strange creature that, your intentions are not harmful, the creature kind of lands still at a full chain's distance, but she does land. You can tell now she's about 5 feet tall, and she has 3 red spidery eyes on the right side of her face. The left side is completely huge.
And yeah, I'm gonna put my hands out in front of me, put my cloak down, and walk towards her slowly, with the intention of breaking or picking the lock around her ankles.
Okay. Yeah, as you do, go ahead and roll a Thieves' Tool check.
How do I roll that? Is that for my inventory?
Yeah, it should be in your inventory.
How's about that that woe now?
Sorry, wait. Like, what do you roll?
I rolled a 6.
No, woe does
Is the opposite.
Worse.
Oh, okay, never mind. Then
So, chance could help you, I think, but I cannot.
13.
I would only add a 3, so I'm not sure.
It could be better than
I
nothing.
mean, I would inspire you, but I'm pretty sure you said you were doing this without all of our knowledge.
Yeah.
I can use my
I was not sneaky about this. I just as
walking up to him.
Yeah, as we walked in, I'm fed up. Like you saw me just kind of like walking up to this. Now, whether or not you guys agree with what I'm doing, it's very obvious what I'm doing.
I don't care.
Can I
can use my Flash of Genius if you want it.
like seeing Reeves kind of like doing something that might start something. Lisbeth is gonna kind of turn to Sid and go, "Do we need this guy alive, or can we bring her back using a book of his or something like that?"
I don't. We saw Ilya. I don't think we want him bringing her back. But maybe there's components, spells,
So I'm
the
wondering if
tools
can we do it
for us
using
to
a
do it.
scroll or something like that, if he happens to have a scroll. Lisbeth
That's
doesn't know
what-
anything about magic, but
That's what I'm thinking. I don't want the type of.
okay.
I'm certain from what we've heard,
He's
he will try to bring her back, but probably not the way we expect.
Okay, so we are not prioritizing keeping him alive.
Some of us are
He-
pretty proficient in magic.
Just to be
If-
clear.
If he answers to the devil, I have no interest in keeping him alive.
Fair enough.
So
I would
you
like
all-
I would
keep
like that
watching.
flash of genius, Isabel.
I'm just gonna keep watching Reeves.
Done.
That's what he's doing.
Okay. As Chance tries to guide you with this very particular lock, unfortunately, not even the knowledge that she has is enough to open it. You think the bitter cold is just maybe getting to your hands, and you're not as sure of this sort of lock as you had hoped you would be.
Damn.
As again, the wind continues to kind of tussle through your hair, the ice starting to form on your face, on your eyelashes, as approximately the 7th, maybe 8th minute crawls by, these doors, the doors on the northern side of the wing, open, and they do so in complete silence. That's when you see a man, a young man, a man that none of you recognize, but you can imagine under a well-adorned cloak, the same smile, the same eyes speak to you from your vision posted in the chat.
And,
It's one from Madame Eva, right?
This is who you assume to be the abbot.
can I just
What?
retcon that I did something on the walk up?
Mhm.
I would like to have used, just knowing kind of what's in my head, I would have liked to used my borrowed knowledge stored spell and to give myself proficiency in deception.
Okay. Yep.
Just taking the food right out of my mouth, aren't you?
So as the young man steps out, you notice he's got this very plain robe on. Clearly the abbot, a soft smile is on his face. And as he senses the tension in the group, he speaks out. Ah, was the ringing of thunder the sound of another life lost too early in this dismal realm? Have you come here for the last rites, to return her to the Morning Lord?
What?
Actually,
Or
Did
have you
we
come
did
to
we
cheat
say anything
death?
about it being a her?
You did not.
Of course he knows.
And so he continues, he says, or is it death that you wish to cheat? Could you all be so arrogant, so desperate?
yes, let's visit that third option there.
Lisbeth is like, you could see his knuckles are starting to like go white around his axe. He doesn't say anything and he's still calm, and he's still breathing, but hearing that like crap spewing from this guy's mouth, he's like, after seeing the abominations and knowing what he's done here, he's
Look, what? Let's
Yeah.
just say hypothetical, Abbott, sir, whatever you're called. Let's just say we did have someone we would like to bring back, someone very special to us. my mother. Very dear to us. She was like mother to all of us. Would that be possibility that you might be able to help with us? We were here earlier, just yesterday, in fact, to speak with you. But your, I guess, servants were unwilling to bring us to you. They said you were busy. So we're happy we have your attention now. But is this possible? That is what we would like to know.
You notice he kind of pauses and he kind of nods his head.
Well, that is good. That gives us hope. Like I said, she was like mother to all of us. Made us food, cooked together. We grew up together. Some more than most, as you can see. But would we be able to maybe see your facilities? This is my mother. So I do not want her. Brought back in some dungeony cellar. That's creepy and irreverent.
He once again stands there silently and nods as he listens.
Who do you answer to?
He pauses for a moment. That same smile comes over his face. And he says, "The only light that is left in this place. The Morning Lord."
I roll an inside check on that.
Yep.
Cormac is kind of gonna look up at Sid, like, "What are you doing?" Like almost kind of frustrated, like, "Look, I'm trying to get this guy further in here. Killing the ruse, man."
As far as you could tell, he's truthful.
But
he actually very slowly starts walking towards you, Sid.
doesn't Strahd call himself the Morning Lord?
No.
What was
He calls
that?
himself... Sorry, go ahead.
What was that cult that was? They were like, it was like the opposite of like the Church
Oh,
of
in
in a tome?
in
Vallaki, you mean?
Yeah.
I believe they just called themselves the Cult of Blackness.
Okay.
He well, I don't want to explain my I'm trying to I'm gonna just place it.
Okay. He's maybe about 10 feet away from you. And he's very has a very slow walk.
I don't sorry, let me I want to say something very specific. You said cheat death. There's nothing natural about this place. I'll kind of wave a hand kind of all around us. This place is removed from the natural order. All of it is a cheat. Perversion. Taking her life was no less a cheat than giving it back.
I think
you know this. To him, I'd say you know this. We saw Dimitri's son.
Please forgive my friend. He's in mourning. He is not in the right head at the moment. He is very frustrated with the ordeal.
He kind of makes it to you. Slowly reaches out a hand.
I would like to.
Can I cast?
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as Sid was talking and saying that stuff to you, I am Lisbeth is walking straight up and standing next to Sid, shoulder to shoulder.
Can I cast Flame Shield on myself?
If that's what you would like to do.
It's just not. Yeah. Let me just. I think I do, but I don't think I'm going to attack him. But it's more of a.
Don't touch me.
I mean, yeah. What I don't even know what. What does that look like? Fire shield. It probably looks pretty aggressive.
It's pretty aggressive. It's pretty bright. Yep.
Basically,
I'll just.
saying.
It also requires like a lot of somatic components, so he's like kind of right next to you. So
it'd be obviously a spell, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I will take a step back. Just one step back as he comes closer.
He stops pretty much like as if you were still standing in the same place. He says, "My child." And he looks directly at you, Sid. He says, "What happened to Dimitri's son was not supposed to happen. His body had been in the ground for too long. The rot had taken hold."
And her, and I'll point the spear over at the Bat Lady,
who I am still standing directly next to.
This is my guest, Marzena. She came just like they all did, seeking freedom, seeking righteousness. And so I gave her the Morning Lord's gift. To light upon the dawn on wings of grace. But alas, there are several villagers buried behind this very building that can attest to how she abused the gifts that I gave her. It is my burden to bear, and I cannot bring myself to strike her down. Some of her victims I've already risen.
May I speak to one of them? The
This
risen
way,
risen
if you would.
I'll look at Cormac.
Why don't we follow you? It looks pretty dark in there.
Yeah. He leads you from kind of this main area to the south, and let me just get a map going for you.
Did the Bat Lady seem to understand like the conversation that was happening?
Yes.
How did she react when he talked about her killing villagers?
Roll maybe a perception check. As far as you can tell, you don't see like much of a reaction. You don't see like guilt. You don't see remorse either.
I don't see indignation.
You don't see really any sort of sign that like one way or another. Here we go. All right. Is this the right? Let's try this again. This is the right one. Cool. Let's add you to this map.
As we're walking, I'm just gonna be like, I really like what you've done with the place. The cold really thing is really kind of working. Did you hire an interior decorator here, or did you do this all yourself?
He continues to walk in silence.
As we're walking through, do we see any other?
Yeah. I'll definitely give you
creatures?
some. Yep, you definitely will, and I will give you some descriptions of what you see.
A narrow hallway right now.
You are not yet, but so you're. Do you see the map?
We see like a sliver of the map.
Sliver. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so he opens the door into this area, and he slowly walks forward.
Come on, sorry. It won't let me go past there.
Oh,
Hold on.
I will
The
move you
wall?
guys past there. And I didn't need Merek. There we go. He is with you, but I will remove him for now. Go. Sorry, I'm just getting the right thing here.
I think
As
Reeves is standing on someone's head.
probably.
Yeah.
As he continues to guide you, he leads you into this kind of like interior foyer. You can tell that this room was likely at some point used as some sort of office. There's remains of a desk and a chair, both of which have been smashed to pieces. A hallway leads to the south. You also notice what you assume to be a staircase on this side that leads up. There's a very dark passage here that the abbot starts to walk to. He pauses here at this kind of T intersection, turns around, and once again, with just a smile across his face, he looks at each one of you slowly and says, "Who amongst you is without sin?"
My mother liked to say I was perfect, so I like to believe that.
Oh man.
I'm pretty sure none of us are without sin.
Yeah.
And
I'm not afraid to carry a few more.
Yeah.
I'm honestly, I'm not. I don't think. I don't think there's one thing that Sid has done that he probably thinks, like one big thing, but I think he would still have that sense of doubt.
Sin is all relative, I mean, it all based on your philosophy and what you consider to be right and wrong. I mean, that is quite a deep-ended question that you just asked us there.
Sin is in the eye of the beholder.
He almost lets out a slight chuckle, almost as if he was asking a rhetorical question. But he starts down the hallway. The abbot seems to lead you into a den of madness. You hear the halls around you ring out with legions of cries you assume to be those of the criminally insane, those that you hear down in Kresk, muted by the cobbled bricks all around you. The abbot smiles, as if the noise that he hears is music to his ears. Behold, here, the last remaining Bellevues, proud, pitiful, but on their way to redemption, you see. All of them came to me desperate to be cleansed, and I obliged, and again they returned, begging for more and more and more of the Morning Lord's love. And of course I obliged. I am but a simple servant. I am but his servant, his messenger, his instrument on this earth. When they wished to fly like angels, when they wished for the strength to serve the Lord, I had no choice but to oblige. Pitiful, aren't they? But what can I do? What can I do? What can I hold against them? Nothing. Who amongst you is without sin? He asked the same question he did before.
What
It
is
not. Go ahead.
What is your sin?
It is not in man's nature to sin.
Cormac lets out like a stifled little like chuckle, like a guffaw almost.
See, you have it all wrong. I would not fault a mere mortal for sinning any more than I would a mosquito for drawing blood. The Morning Lord will make them whole. I will make them whole. And that's when he slowly opens the door in front of him. And as you look in, he slowly says, reverence. Now, reverence is a sin. I cannot bring myself to bring these ones, to deprive these ones of their last icon. You see, not all amongst them are failures. I have one that is a masterpiece.
Who the fuck
What is
it?
what is
He kinda-
Reeves' reaction to all of these locked up people? I said we'll look at you in the hallway.
Yeah, if you were to look in, Sid, you see 3 shrieking mongrels that are kind of cowered in the northwest corner. You notice one of them holds some sort of shiny object.
Reeves's hand is white-knuckled, his ancestral dagger, and Irina's sword is on my back.
Lisbeth is being very careful to keep almost like he's very careful to make sure that he is between himself or between the party and the abbot at all times. He's trying to make sure that nobody else is. He doesn't like this guy. He doesn't trust this guy. This is all he's trying to make sure, and he doesn't like how he looked at Sid. So he's keeping up with Sid and making sure that he's just kind of one step ahead.
After he opens the door, and you all see what you've now seen inside, he kind of slowly closes the door once more, and starts continuing down the hall to the next door.
Are we in the
inside?
Sorry?
There were three I guess 3 Bellevues, one of them clutching something shiny.
You don't know if they're Bellevues,
3
but
Mongrels.
like
I thought you
3,
said they were all Bellevues. But yeah.
That's
you
the
think
door he opened for us.
It's
Like that's what
Bellevues
we saw?
plus, I guess.
Yeah.
It's Bellevues plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he has something shiny in his hand.
As he walks away and we kind of like start again, Reeves is going to stop at the door. He's going to put his hand on the door handle and call out to the abbot and just say, what life any of these creatures have trapped here with you? What do they have to look forward to?
Well, it is life that is better led here than elsewhere. I cannot let them roam free in the state that they are in, but I
State you
cannot.
put them in. You
But
did
it is
this
the
to
Morning Lord's blessing that shines down on them.
Doesn't sound like our friend in the courtyard considers condition a blessing. Doesn't look like these people. And I turned the knob. Does the door, is it locked?
It is not locked, but he does hold his hand up and he says, I would watch your fingers if I were you. And not in a threatening way, almost as in like a way that tells you that what is in that room could potentially be worse than what you're seeing.
I keep my hand on the turned knob or the latch, and I say, if they can't even be free within these halls, then you cursed them beyond whatever life had given them. You're a plague, all of the people, walls.
Spicy.
Didn't Reeves lose a hand already? Or a finger?
That's
Bit of
his own
first aid.
choice, though.
Is this the same hand that you're using to open the door?
It's back. It is back.
Yeah, but is like, are you going to use the same finger on the same hand, or are you going to use your other hand? Use one of those.
I didn't
instead.
open the door.
Yeah, I know.
I'm holding it.
Yeah,
Are we in the building with the bell tower, or are we in the other
Yeah,
one?
you are. You believe the bell tower's upstairs.
What's the bells do?
We send a message to Mercer.
You ask him that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Lisbeth doesn't want to talk to him.
All right. He says he does respond to you, Reeves. He says they came to me, asking again and again for the Morning Lord's love. They did not know when to stop. And who am I to deny them what they have asked for? I am but a simple messenger, a servant.
I guess how often can I roll an insight check on like believability if he's serving the Morning Lord?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
The
Yeah,
whole time, every time he says something, you're rolling
It's like-
insight.
it's like,
I just picture like Sid's face, like disgusted, like I don't believe what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't believe anything. This guy is so
looking
slimy.
at him crooked, you know.
Ooh.
Okay.
As far as you could tell, he's telling the truth.
Well,
course,
yeah.
'cause he
So I
believes
could tell
it's
that
the
I could tell that he believes he's telling the truth, basically. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
the problem.
yeah.
He opens the door in front of him and he says, all of these ones, once brothers, they fight not to kill or maim, only to assert dominance. A true insight into humanity. As you look inside, you see 4 creatures fighting amongst the wreckage in this bedchamber. A 5th watches and cackles behind a life-sized painted wooden statue of a saintly woman in robes. You think a long-lost relic to the abbey. He again continues down the hall. This is when, Lisbeth, you perhaps get the answer that you were seeking. As he opens the door to the room, you see 7 creatures, 7 mongrels, seated in the middle of the room, forming some sort of ring. They appear to be chanting some sort of spell. As he looks down upon them, the abbot speaks, pitiful. Aren't they trying to incant a spell? They believe that the dinner bell brings food. And as such, they resort to these false magics to try to make the bell ring again and again.
So sad.
This guy's
Can I-
fucking evil.
Can I tell what spell they're trying to cast?
Yeah, roll an Arcana check.
You said they're trying to get food?
You think that
Nope.
you think that the bell that you
Oh,
hear
that's
ringing
funny.
is
Dinner bell.
the breakfast, the lunch, and the dinner bell.
Did you?
And do they look emaciated? Like he's been.
They do not.
Hmm.
As you stand there and listen to some of the words that they're chanting, hoping that it is in fact some sort of arcane spell that would bring them food, you can tell immediately it is just gibberish that they're speaking. It is in no way magical at all. He once again closes the door and moves to the next room. As you look inside, you see 9 creatures standing in the middle of a room, all of them staring right back at you as you look inside. They have hungry looks in their eyes. And he turns and slowly says, "These a true devilish lot. But worry not, as the days grow without food, so too will their love for the Morning Lord, because in abstinence they will find redemption. I have high hopes for."
Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
Are you guys all staying? Chance and Lisbeth, are you staying all the way back there? Or I'm feeling a little
sorry.
exposed.
No. I didn't realize he was moving us along as he was talking. I'm just listening to him. I'm not looking at
Yeah,
the.
Okay. I was a little worried.
Sorry, no.
He wants.
Have fun.
I forgot we can move again.
Yeah, he opens up the next door. And as you look inside, you see it is packed wall to wall. The floor is strewn with gnawed bones. There are 16 mongrel folk confined in this room. And as he looks at you, he says, these ones truly lost. Gluttons, all of them driven to cannibalism. And this is the first time you hear him let out a sigh. As he kind of turns his back, he whispers under his breath, "May the light of the Morning Lord guide them back."
Can I ask a question, Jeff?
Absolutely.
Is it safe to assume that he has all odd numbers on one side and even numbers on the other? Because it went 3, 5, 7, 9, and then the next side had 16.
So it went 4, 7, 9,
4.
16. So this one had 4, 7, 9. 9. Yeah, 9, 7, 5. And another number, 3. There we go.
Yeah, all odds on that side. 3, 5, 7, and 9.
Yep. On this side, 16 so far.
As he walks kind of past us again.
He does, yep.
I'd like, and are these examples of your successful risen? I see nothing that would give me the confidence you can achieve the task we've laid out.
These are all ones that asked for too much.
Well, that is all well and good, but we are only asking to bring back one person. I feel like that's not really asking too much.
Well, if I am to raise Lady Koliana from death, then I must prepare.
Koliana. Which one was... So there's Tatiana, Irina...
Irina Koliana is her last name.
Oh, Irina Koliana.
The hell?
Which we also did not mention.
Nope.
Which we've not said to anyone, because we've seen that all just in the book.
I am not sure who you are speaking of.
I guess, yeah,
Your
Cormac,
mother,
you haven't been in the
my
book with us,
dear.
have you?
Your mother.
What?
Yo mama.
He says, "Yo mama."
Cormac hasn't been in the book with us, right?
No, we haven't done a tome since Cormac.
Okay.
The last one we did was on the way to Cormac.
Yeah.
I don't like this situation.
Now, shall we continue the tour? Or have you made your decision?
Well, you have not shown us your successes. That is what we came to see.
Very well. As he walks by this door, you notice he like he kind of holds his, since you guys are falling like close, I assume. He's kind of, you notice as you walk by this room, he kind of holds his breath.
Which room? Sorry, that one.
This one right.
Above?
And he will continue in this direction.
But he does not open those two doors.
Well, Cormac asked to show him
Oh,
a
okay.
success.
Reeves.
Okay.
Reeves is gonna put his hand on this doorknob, the way
Okay.
he did the other one, and ask, "What's in here?"
He kind of pauses for a minute and says, "In there, nothing but a new generation crying out for the love of the Morning Lord."
What do I hear?
Roll a perception check.
A new generation doesn't sound good. Like the bodies of all the orphans.
You hear a rhyme, a song that you think
Sid, why'd you have to say that out loud?
I know he knew it.
Yeah, man.
at least a few, like you think there's at least more than 5 in this room, probably more. But you hear the following rhyme: "The devil dwells in his dark house upon the misty pillar. First he'll taste her sweet, sweet blood, and then he'll have to kill her."
I don't think you should open that door.
What kind of boarding school is this?
Reeves is gonna look at Sid.
There's kids in
Sid-
here.
Did Sid hear? Could Sid hear the?
I'm pretty far away,
voices?
so probably not.
How young do you start your experiments on them? At what age would I say? I mean, these are prepubescent voices.
Yes.
You can't be older than children.
Age does not define what is asked of me. When they ask for the Morning Lord's gift, I will bestow it upon them.
Have you ever heard of consent, bro? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not
Yes.
saying that. How can a kid ask like that? Makes no sense to me.
He will lead you up these stairs, though, if you.
Can I just like
Sure.
trip him down the stairs?
After
I
he
can-
said, yeah,
Yep.
but before he runs, well, no, I guess I'll ask what I'm going to say when we get up to the next level. If Reeves is coming.
If you want to
I
ask him
will.
here, we can pause.
I will keep moving.
Okay. I'll wait till we get up to the next level, and then I'm going to ask him something kind of as we enter the next room.
Okay.
Was there 8? There was 8 rooms in that corridor.
There was, yeah.
Total?
Yeah.
And there's 2 of them
I
we
will,
didn't
I will
see.
confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 rooms, 2 of which
Two
you
or
think
3.
2 he has not shown you. 3 that you haven't seen, but 2 that you don't really even know what.
Right.
Go. Just give me 1 second here.
No.
Okay. Yeah. As you find your way up into, where's this? Okay.
Should we click on that thing or?
No, I'll just.
Oh, okay.
As you make your way up the stairs, this guy. As you make your way up the stairs, you come upon some sort of like office. A lot of the furniture in here has rotted away, and there's heaps of moldy wood and faded cloth in here. You can hear basically beneath your feet kind of the laughter, the screams of the mongrel folk below you. The abbot will actually lead you into this room. Question mark. Here we go. Sorry, the book is very messed up on this side. But you wanted to ask the abbot a question anyway?
Well, I'll wait till whatever room he's going to lead us to. I'd
Okay.
like to ask him a question.
Okay. He leads you into this room here. As he leads you into this
Everyone else
room,
coming, or am I on my own?
I can. I spawn Merek again. Here we go. I'll move you guys.
I don't see anything.
Don't leave me.
He leads you
I'm not leaving you out of my sight.
into this room. You see a spacious chamber. There's bed frames that are built with wrought iron that are arranged in 2 neat rows. You could tell that cobwebs and bits of rotten mattress cling to each frame. You see 3 other doors along the south wall. From west to east, the plaques read operating room, nursery, and morgue.
Sorry.
No bueno.
Reading them.
So as we kind of enter this room, I survey it. I'll say, I asked you downstairs, and I'll ask you again. What was your sin?
He again kind of pauses for a minute and says, "The only sin that I have committed is not helping more people see the light. This is why I went to Dimitri's house."
What did you hope to achieve at his house?
Renewal. You see, the Kresk line, well, if something were to happen to Dimitri, the Kresk line would be at an end.
What stake do you hold with the Kresk line?
None that is of either of our concerns, but Dimitri and I have an understanding.
And that would be?
He ensures that his villagers do not make their way up to my abbey, and in return, those that come seeking my aid are turned away at the door. Those that come seeking redemption.
So he allows you to do whatever it is you do up here, as long as you keep his citizens from basically wanting to be transformed. That is what you're saying?
He kind of nods his head.
And what is the benefit for you? Just that you get to keep doing what you're doing?
Is it just me, or are you all slightly hungry as well? Your arrival is slightly ahead
No,
of
no.
schedule.
Do not digress from point. I asked question, friend. What are you gaining from this agreement? Eh? Is it just to be left alone? To do what you would like to do? What you claim to be in the name of your lord?
What
Or
I
is there
gain,
something else? Do not do not try to fool me, sir. I deal with these things all the time, okay? No one does nothing for anything for nothing.
what
Even
I
a righteous
gain
man
is that
like
I get to make them whole again. I fill in the missing voids.
come on, just
What?
one hustler to another. Just tell me, like what else are you getting on the side? Is Dimitri paying you? Is he providing food for you? There has to be something.
He kind of shakes his head.
Well, then you are crazy and a poor businessman. But that is besides the point.
What?
I feel that we are not happy with what we are seeing here. You have yet to show us the successes that you've had. And, I really don't think that, I mean, even from my perspective, what you're doing is appropriate in any means. And look, I am the one saying this, all right? Look, if any of these other people here were saying it to be a lot harsher. So please, I'm trying to take diplomatic approach, trying to see eye to eye on this bit here. But you did involve children, and as far as I'm concerned, children don't really know what they want. So to come here and to ask for Morning Lord's light, that should have been something that you turned away until they were old enough to understand what they were getting themselves into.
But when their parents bring them here and ask and beg, who am I to deny them?
Where is he getting the people from if he turns away the people from the village?
Are you asking him that? Or are you just asking the table?
I'm just
I think you should ask him that. I think you should. You
Oh.
could ask him that.
You want to ask him?
Because-
I'll ask. Yeah, Lisbeth will. That's like the first thing.
Your
Lisbeth
village
says.
doesn't have this deal.
Yeah, he tells you.
Squeeze me?
I don't know.
The what? Sorry.
I was just saying out of character that your village doesn't sound like it has this deal of protection, so I don't know.
Yeah.
You might want
Well-
to be looking people in the eyes.
If Lisbeth starts recognizing people, things might get a little.
No, he shares with you that for quite some time now, he has not had any new arrivals. You think most of the people here are descendants of the same family.
He's breeding them.
Hmm?
He's breeding them.
That's what Reeves thought.
Okay.
He's taking this monstrous, fucked up people and breeding them into more monstrous, fucked up people.
We haven't seen the kids. We don't know if the offspring are born
Mm.
fucked up.
The kids aren't all right, okay? The offspring already said that.
But they might be born fully human, and then the experiments are done to turn them into monsters
Yeah.
as well.
We
those
don't know
kids
until
might
we
have
go
been-
in the door into the room.
those
As
kids might have
you
been
all kind of pause for a moment, the abbot turns to kind of you all. He says, "Well, you must excuse me." That was
The music-
perfect time. Was
The
that not
music
perfect
has been-
timing?
yeah, the music has been on point tonight.
Ta-da.
As I've been thinking, you've been doing it yourself
I'm-
because
my hands are here.
it like crescendos and everything at perfect points. I don't know what's going on.
He says, "You must excuse me, but if I am to raise her, I must prepare. Please do continue the tour in my absence."
Reeves would spit out, "You will not touch her."
You have
Well.
not shown us any sign that you can turn her into anything but one of these monsters.
As I said, like I said, they say things it's a lot harsher here. I was trying to take a softer approach, but
As
Yes.
you continue to talk, he just simply says, "When you hear the bell toll, come to the feast hall, where at last I may reunite you with your fair maiden." And without waiting for a response, he slowly starts to push past you. You notice his boots are still slick with grime and grave dirt as he leaves the room.
Oh.
Does anybody know where the feast hall is?
He will point you basically like across the way. You think it's in the other wing basically, and that's where the bell tower is as well.
It's like I'll meet you in my dining hall.
It's not that big of a
and just
place.
leaves.
You never.
In character, Reeves is gonna look at the party and say, "Do you guys think that Ilya was brought back? That was his name, right? Kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is that actually his body? Is the body needed for the ritual?"
He didn't ask for her body.
I
nor
think he.
inquire about it.
Yeah. I think we figured out that it was a construct. I remember Jeff, you telling us it was a construct. I just don't remember how that
Yep.
was explained.
You think that whatever killed Ilya originally, parts needed to be attached. Added is the best word.
Can
He
So it
he
was-
wasn't
it was-
whole in death.
It was parts of Ilya.
Okay.
based off of my knowledge on Arcana, would I have
Yep.
read anything about resurrection spells of some
Necromancy?
like what they
Yeah.
entail?
Roll maybe an Arcana check.
Ilya, he said Ilya
Oh,
was...
Damn.
Is that a nat 20?
pew pew.
That is a nat 20. You would know that you think with resurrection, the earlier that it can happen, the more chances there are of success in normal circumstances, in your, like where you're from. In Barovia, you know that there is this, you're in a place where resurrection is anything but normal, where coming back from the dead is something that happens often, but in this unseen way. You're not entirely sure, even with 26, unfortunately, what magic is required to bring somebody back, but you know that, again, based on your knowledge of resurrection in the normal world, that the longer somebody is deceased, the more difficult it becomes.
So, to the party, I will ask. Well, I guess how much time does it sound like we have? He said there's some time.
Off table, you have as much time as you need to make a decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not just a decision. I want 10 minutes. So to the party.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You think you have probably like, I don't know, let's say a half hour to like walk around
Okay.
and like, yeah.
To the party, I say, I have a question. I have questions to ask. Can you make sure we're safe for 10 minutes?
Lisbeth
Oh,
immediately
On
says,
it.
"On it."
That's what I said.
And, like walks outside the door and kind of posts himself.
I'm going to pull out the book and I am going to start to cast. Well, I guess, do I need components for this? Hold on.
For a book spell.
For book spells?
I think I know which one he's gonna do.
Yeah, do I need components?
Don't believe so. I'm pretty sure that as
Just
part.
cast as a ritual?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm pretty
Then
sure.
I'm going to cast as a ritual commune. I'm going to kind of draw whatever symbols and circle on the floor I need to.
Okay.
And from the book, I'm going to cast the commune spell, which I believe you told me is a special version of commune. It's not like going to go to my deity, right?
Because
I
you
believe
really
you told.
super against it when you got
I
it.
believe you told me something about the spell.
Let me confirm what I would have said. There we go. For commune.
Yeah, I just
It
wrote
just-
down that you got it. I didn't see if it.
Okay, I thought there was a little bit of
There
a rider with this one. Well, I'm gonna cast it either way. I'm in Barovia. I'm not expecting
Your normal god.
to talk to my Deva or anything.
Yeah. I don't think I mentioned exactly who it is that you commune.
Okay. I'm gonna cast the commune spell.
Now I
from the
will
book.
put an asterisk that you learn this after reading the chapter.
Yeah, with the dark.
in the
yeah,
Amber Temple.
yeah, with the dark powers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Mhm.
So I'm going to cast the commune spell.
Okay. For the
That's
other
a
10
ritual.
minutes, what is everyone else up to?
I would like to pull out Irina's sword
Okay.
and just kind of, obviously there's something that protected it while she was attacked. Can I deduce anything in this amount of time?
Yeah. Roll maybe like an investigation check.
If you would like, I could cast identify on it. While he's taking 10 minutes.
We may do that eventually, but I think in the headspace Reeves is in right now, he's just out of curiosity investigating things. It's gonna be a big one. 22.
Nice. You can tell that it is most definitely, with your intelligence, magic that you think protected this rapier. You think similar to your weapon, perhaps this is a family heirloom, family weapon that has been passed down to her, and you know that her father, it was her father's rapier originally. And so you wonder if this is not an ancestral weapon of her own.
Yeah, no, I treat it with respect. Obviously knowing that it's got history and my attachment to my family's weapon as well. I'll treat it as such and put it back on my back.
Okay, what is everyone else doing for the 10 minutes?
Cormac
Lisbeth.
Or
good.
Cormac. Lisbeth is literally a statue outside the door.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm keeping an
And
eye
just
on like
he's-
all the doors, the windows.
He's standing outside, and he's going to keep an eye for any sort of movement. He's just going to be on guard.
On guard.
If a crumb moves, if the wind blows, anything.
Do we hear noise coming from the 3 doors?
You roll a perception check. I mean, you've been in here quite a while. Roll with advantage.
Uh-oh.
Nice. From the room on your far left, you can hear something like you think like every few seconds something hits the door, and then like you think you almost hear like the flapping of wings.
Oh my god.
From this room, you do not hear anything, and the same from this door.
The flapping of wings I hear, does it sound like something...
Sounds like something small.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to ask. Okay.
Yeah.
Cormac is using prestidigitation to like unsoil all of his clothes from the snow and everything.
Yep.
Just like pruning himself, basically.
What's all this stuff in the room? Is it all like bins, beds?
Beds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are like tons of bed frames in here, cobwebs, rotten mattresses, and then the 3 doors, the operating room, nursery, and morgue.
Any bookshelves?
No bookshelves.
What's the door that's making noise?
This one here, that would be
What's
the
it
operating
called?
room.
Oh.
And this is the window over here on the far left.
This is a window, yes. It leads out, as far as you can tell, to like some sort of garden.
Mm-hmm.
Does any of the handiwork of the abbot, does it remind us of Isabella and that other Frankenstein monster?
Similar, but you think not exact.
Not of the same hands, basically.
Yeah.
Any writing anywhere on the walls or on the
Nope.
beds or?
Nope, just those 3 doorways that have the plaques. Now, the abbot did tell you that you could investigate further as well, but if you want to wait for Sid's spell to end, that or
Oh yeah,
finish.
I'm not doing anything until he
Okay.
tells us.
What
I
does
don't
it
want-
smell? What does it smell like?
It smells like death, like
Oh, great.
throughout. It smells like a rotting building as well. Like you can tell it is not. It's not like upkept, right? Like it's in kind of a state of disrepair.
It smells like Mercer. That's what it smells like.
There's nothing.
I knew
Okay.
you'd come for us.
I know he's in there.
Okay. After 10 minutes, Sid, you continue to channel the spell, and finally, you believe that, again, as the mist kind of envelops you, you have some sort of connection.
Do I see anything? When
Yeah, what is this?
What does it look like for us in the room with?
Please hold.
Loading.
I have to check something very specific. You don't see anything. None of you.
You don't see anything.
I guess for flavor, maybe you just see me, my eyes flare into some. I'm gonna say because it's coming from the book. Anytime I'm casting spells from the book, there's either like a black, like the cosmic kind of pink and purples change to just a black.
Are you
So-
floating slightly off the ground?
I don't know if the spell does that.
I'm just picturing you in like full trance, like kind of like levitating.
The third eye on your forehead opens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So I guess how does this work? So do I just ask?
So you have you
questions?
have 3 questions, and you will have kind of a yes or no answer to
Yes.
them, but understanding that this is
unclear.
not from your deity.
Yeah. So my first question. Does the soul of Tatiana rest with the body of Irina?
Yes.
Okay, well that clears that up. Does the abbot wield the power of the Morning Lord?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I did not expect that.
But that doesn't mean that just means he can do the same thing the Morning Lord does. It doesn't necessarily mean that he follows specifically the Morning Lord.
Yeah, you're right. Like clerics don't have to do exactly what they.
Do you want to roll an Arcana check?
Yeah, I guess I'm just very confused by that.
Yeah, roll an Arcana check.
You guys probably see like Sid's eyes kind of narrow and brow furrow.
This guy's been doing some stuff that the Morning Lord would very clearly turn his back on.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
But it doesn't mean he doesn't have the same power, if not more.
Roll an
slightly
Arcana
different.
check. It's not great.
Oh, I was almost in that 20.
I know, I saw that.
Oh, do I want to use my inspiration on this? Is it worth it?
How about you take mine?
I guess I could take yours later on. I think I would use. I've lost my way to click buttons. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
I can also use my flash of genius if you prefer.
Sorry. Oh God. Okay. Well.
Take mine. Take mine. Take mine.
No, it's probably I'm probably not gonna learn something so critical.
So you.
Are you?
Yeah,
sure?
you. Unfortunately, are not entirely sure how that is possible, but you do think that yes, those that believe they are righteous with certain power may not necessarily, just because they have the belief of it, not make it so.
Yeah. Well, my question was, does he wield the power of the Morning Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Not does he believe he's wielding the power of the Morning Lord?
And yeah, the answer is
Well,
yes.
he would have believed
Okay.
that too.
So he believes he wields the power of the Morning Lord. Or he wields the power of the Morning Lord, he just doesn't necessarily wield it the way the Morning Lord. Okay, I'm going to ask the third question with that in mind. Glad I talked that out. Does the abbot do the Morning Lord's bidding?
Unclear.
Really,
Yeah.
DM?
Those are the three. Those are the three.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
I guess that's it. So yeah, you would see unless something else happens, you would see my eyes kind of flare back, and I'd hit the kind of take a deep breath or suck in air, and
Welcome back.
Irina's soul is with her body. And and while the abbot seemingly does wield the power of the Morning Lord, I don't believe he does his bidding.
Duh.
I didn't get a no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Ray.
It's still confusing. The only things I can think is that the power of the Morning Lord has either been perverted or by the tenets of the Morning Lord all here, and maybe the abbot himself deserve their fate. Now that's not my morals, but that may be the way it's played out here.
Sound like the stories.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly not. I don't know if my answers can be trusted.
Well, you did have a vision that said that this place needed to be cleansed, right?
From Madam Eva.
And from
No,
that
the one from the
tombstone.
graveyard.
Oh yes, yeah. I guess I shared that. I have one concern. I certainly don't want to risk Irina's. Well, I have lots of concerns. I
This whole
certainly
thing
don't
is
want to.
concerning.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to risk Irina's soul
Mm-hmm.
on this attempt. That seems unwise.
I think none of us are getting a good gut feeling from this dude anyways, so.
Didn't
This place. Well, go ahead.
Didn't he say she would be resurrected when we go, like, didn't he say basically he was, like, doing something now by the time we went to dinner? Like, how did he phrase that, Jeff?
He basically said he's going to go prepare.
He can't do anything without her body, though, right?
Well, that was my fear.
We need to
he kinda
run.
made it sound like he was going to start without the body, but he's just getting things ready.
But I don't.
Cormac, did you share your kind of knowledge about the resurrection?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So I would say I think he needs the body.
He needs something that connects your soul to this world.
Well, I was worried
That's
he
when
would
you
pluck
hear the
soul from
bell
body.
ringing.
Damn it.
Nice timing, Jeff.
You bill. Fucking
The
bell.
bell, it's ringing.
How many times? 9? No, it'd be only.
As you
6.
quickly open the door, Reeves,
Oh.
to
You open the door?
you open the door.
Oh, for fuck.
You see a raven.
Ooh.
A raven
Ooh.
stuck, fluttering, confused, stuck
him
in
out.
this room.
Let him out.
But as you open the door,
Who was watching?
the draft is kind to the bird as it is able to escape the window.
What
That
color?
makes me feel good.
Oh, I wasn't in the room, so.
Yeah, what
It is a black raven.
Mm.
Reeves likes ravens, doesn't he?
they've saved me before. I'm glad to be able to return the favor.
What a cute moment, Jeff.
So wholesome.
Well, look, we have to head there.
We have to have
And you
where?
need the body to the dining room or dining hall or wherever it is where we're doing this ritual.
Did we, though?
We
Can't
haven't
just
started heading
leave?
there yet.
No, we haven't. But
I don't
So
think
the-
we want to.
We
So
don't
the
like
question-
this guy. We don't like his
Yeah.
vibe.
he
The
needs
question I
body.
have,
You wanted to come here and you wanted to take care of the abbot, yes?
he may still have the materials
Mm.
necessary.
But we're not going to let him do it.
Cormac, I want to be very clear about this. You are to protect that body because your life depends on it.
Not like your life depends on it. Because your life depends on it.
Reeves is getting spicy.
Saucy.
Oh, 'cause-
Cormac is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Reeves is just going to give Reeves like a very coy smile. 'Cause Ree You got
Lisbeth
this,
will not
Peter.
hesitate to yeet him over this wall.
Before
Excuse
Cormac
you?
replies, I want to ready an action. And
Okay,
if he makes a snarky reply, I'm going to drop a 10-foot smoke bomb at my feet.
You got it, friend.
Good choice.
Does that count?
I do not drop the smoke bomb.
You
Okay.
just like light it while he waits to and
Yeah.
hold it while he waits to respond.
I nod and just keep up with the group.
Doesn't mean he's done his
Reeves.
response too.
to Reeves and Cormac, as we start to make our way, I would say this may be the only place in all of Barovia where the components to do this task exist. If you see them, I'll do my best to distract him.
What are we looking for?
I'll look at Cormac, but as far as I know, diamonds.
Lisbeth knows nothing of magic, so I mean, do you need like sticks? Are we looking for feathers? Am I looking for
Diamonds.
Okay.
They're clear.
I don't know if
What a
anyone
diamond
in
looks like?
Barovia has ever seen a diamond.
True.
A shiny rock?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much
okay.
diamond costs? How much
Yeah.
money's worth do you need?
300. Wow, 300. No, Revivify won't work anymore, so I don't know. I don't know what you need for a resurrection spell or raise dead or whatever.
I think we heard Mercer talk about this before.
Yeah, would we know that, Jeff?
Sorry, say that one more time.
How much? So I know what I need for Revivify, but that spell won't work anymore on her. So do we know how much we would need
Diamonds.
for a resurrection or for whatever raise dead? I guess.
Yep.
Mercer has talked to us about this.
So raise dead is 500 gold a diamond.
Okay. The 200 gold premium if you don't act now.
Call now. Get two.
That's a 3-minute flash sale.
Yeah.
Damn, wow.
Okay. So that's my only suggestion.
Lisbeth will look at Cormac after the whole smoke bomb thing with Reeves and just say, as long as you protect that bag with your life, I'll protect you with my life.
Oh.
Just to
And
kind of
that's-
put him at ease.
That is how you strike a deal. You are a much better businessman than this abbot.
I'm not gonna make a comment. I'm just gonna walk away. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear him. Lisbeth just shuts up the second anybody mentions the abbot. Does not like that guy. Does not trust himself to speak around him.
So what is everyone?
Are we going to dinner?
Or we're going to the ritual wherever he's. That's where I was.
He invited you. He invited you to the dining hall
To the dining hall.
Yep.
I thought he was going to prepare for the ritual.
He said he was going to prepare, and then he said we'll meet him in the dining hall.
Okay.
He also said he was hungry. He also said a bunch of other bullshit. So
This dude's just really high and got the munchies. He's like not an abbot at all.
yeah,
It's just a random dude.
some
Yeah.
random dude just walked in here.
Everybody
hey,
here's
bro.
just in costumes.
Yeah.
Hey, bro.
He just needs a little bit of choof, and that character's real funny.
I miss Choof. I can't wait to get back started. On
I
that again.
know.
Amazing.
Eye in the head.
All right.
raise the head.
Unless someone else has an idea, yeah, I'm gonna play it out to see if we can get a hold of any.
We need to be ready to kill this bitch if he tries anything, though.
Yeah. We need to find.
or we run.
We need to find his study, really.
Where
Like,
he's doing all this.
Some
Yeah, I'm
books.
trying to think of the layout of this building to see if we've gotten any clues of like where that may be,
Well-
because he would have kept us out of that
I mean,
wing.
When we first came up for the first time, Otto went into the one building, not the one with the bell tower. He went to the other one, and that's where he went to talk to him. He said he was in the middle of working on an experiment and came
He
back
was
up.
doing a ritual. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that's in the building we're in right now.
No, the other one.
It's the other
Yeah.
one. We're in the Bell building. It was the other building that he
So
was
no,
in.
the other building has the bell tower.
Oh.
The wing that you're in is like the eastern wing. It is more, you think, what probably used to be almost like an infirmary, like a hospital.
So wait, do we think this is where the ritual?
No.
This isn't where Otto went in the first time.
I mean, we could just go run to the other place, ignore him, and try to go where the ritual is.
He
happening.
did say to show ourselves around. We can just start like.
Yeah.
How far away is the other building?
Should we go check that other room with all the kids? Or what we thought were kids?
I don't want to go back there.
Yeah.
We don't have any way to help them.
Alright.
We don't want to poke the bear. At this point, we got enough problems.
I think
if we can steal one kid, Sid will be happy. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think Sid will ever be happy.
Not anymore. No,
anymore.
It's over.
I worry that we actually can't save anyone here until
Reeves is thinking
until we purify, until we get the gem from the hags and we purify it. And I actually worry about what happens if we kill the abbot.
Yeah.
And leave
without
everyone in their
this place. Yeah.
leave everyone in their prison.
I mean, you do have gentle repose, so you know if we kill the abbot, we can just bring him back.
I can't cast it today.
I already cast it once.
I can only do it once per day.
Well, I mean, how long before rot really sets in, right? Like, I mean,
I'm not worried about him dying either. I'm not worried about.
By the time we
I'm not
get
worried
back
about-
to places
If
with our
if his
history,
presence isn't here, who's controlling the monsters?
Yeah, I'm worried
When
about
they die.
do they just all get
Yeah.
free?
Or just starve to death. Most.
well, he's
Yeah,
already
that's-
starving them.
Yeah,
Well, no,
he's
he's
already-
Some.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, maybe the two chuckleheads in the front can take care of everyone. Otto and whatever.
And Luca.
So
No,
what is
Luca's in the village.
Luca's in the village?
Or sorry, the violin player.
Yes. Oh yeah, the guy,
Colvin.
the creepy
Colvin.
guy,
Yeah. That's...
the one they wanted to get rid of.
I think we either. So I think let's just take a vote so we don't have paralysis. Maybe.
Yep,
I think we
I agree.
either go to the dining hall or we go and try to blow it off and go find his study and find the ritual site
Well,
and steal anything.
This is my thought. If we don't show up, then he has basically all of these monsters at his disposal to just let loose on us.
If we don't show up, we got lost.
We don't know what kind of hold he has over some of these.
Yeah.
And where he could be walking into a pandemonium of just absolute chaos. Now, if we show up on time where we're
Let's-
supposed to be met, then chances
Yeah.
are it could just be him and us.
Let's try to steal. Let's try to wait till the right moment.
We also have money. We might be able to just buy the diamonds off him.
fair.
He
Hey,
seems pretty
I
convinced he's
sus-
going to do this ritual himself.
I suspect he won't go for that deal, but I don't know. I'm assuming he's got diamonds. Maybe he doesn't even use them. Maybe he's got his own thing. But I say we wait for the right moment and steal what we can if the opportunity presents itself. That's my vote.
We'll go along for now.
If
Okay.
people can if we can stomach it.
Also, I don't think Reeves can steal them.
Don't go bad, Reeves.
No,
That's why
Can't break the law.
but that's
yeah,
not
that's
breaking
why
the
I
law
mentioned
if it's
this
a bad
to Cormac.
person.
We didn't figure out whose law.
Yeah.
What makes you think I am going to
Okay.
steal diamonds?
Then
Huh?
one of us is going to steal it.
All right.
I mean the card
One of
came
us
from Madame
distracts
Eva.
Reeves and the other one steals it.
I'm assuming you're heading to the dining hall. If not, that's
Mhm.
okay as well. But
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
okay.
Reese
I-
can become a distraction while we steal it.
Yeah. Nothing would make me
As-
happier than to roll a sleight of hand check, but unfortunately, that's not happening.
instantly die and then I get cursed.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Yeah.
As you make your way to through the courtyard, so just to give you guys kind of context, came from you. That's not how you draw. You came through this door, this purple line. And as you make your way in, you see the same handsome young man that you've seen before. This time, he appears to be wearing these brown monk-like robes. There's a painted wooden holy symbol that depicts the sun that hangs from a chain around his neck. This floor that you're on is very large. There's leaded glass windows. A cauldron sits on an iron rack above a fire in the hearth. And above the fireplace hangs this golden disc that is engraved with the symbol of the sun. In one corner, a wooden staircase climbs to the upper level, while in another corner, stone stairs seem to descend into darkness. There are several tables and chairs that surround this wooden table. You notice that there is dishware, as well as gold candelabras that are neatly arranged on the table, almost as if lunch is about to be served.
Hell no, I'm not eating any of his food.
It's not near as good as Lisbeth cooking, so he ain't eating it.
As you enter, the abbot kind of pauses. He puts both his hands together and he kind of holds them out, almost as if waiting for something.
We're all just gonna stare at him, right?
I got a
We're
bad
not
feeling
giving him
about
anything.
this. Yep.
I don't normally tip before the service has been performed.
It's like a bathroom attendant when you don't want you don't need help in the bathroom. Like,
In Europe, you have to pay to go pee. Like, no, bro.
Just don't make eye contact.
And as you kind of stand around, you notice that like on the table, it seems as if, like I said, like on, how do I explain this? Within the pot that's on the stove, there's like, you think some sort of stew that appears to be cooking. You hear kind of faint notes of a musical instrument coming from upstairs. But he kind of looks at all of you. He says, if you are here to bear witness to the miracle, it is now or never.
Does he have the components out on the table?
Roll a perception check.
Where's my perception? There it is.
Yeah, Lisbeth is looking really hard for shiny rocks in the room. If that's what he was told
Yeah,
to look
roll
for.
a perception check as well. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'd look around and kind of say, "Is this the site? Is this your?"
Oh.
He kind of nods as if to say, like, yes, this is.
Oh my god.
Apparently, I am proficient in perception.
Yeah, Lisbeth, as you scan the room, you notice nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing that kind of catches your eye is that, like, or like what you feel is that not one. Is that this room is not as warm as you would expect it to be, especially with the fire that's kind of raging in the hearth. You notice that, like, as the fire kind of illuminates some of the items on the table, if you look behind on the wall, you notice there's these shadows that kind of dance on the walls.
He'll make a comment about that. Just be like, it's a bit chilly in here, isn't it?
Then I don't feel the presence of the Morning Lord in this place.
He kind of he doesn't really say anything. As you do say that, and the music notes had stopped maybe, I don't know, 30 seconds before. A familiar looking figure to you Sid enters the room. It is none other than
no.
Cloven Bellevue. He enters with like his instrument kind of in tow, and he says, "Ah, yes, yes, you've all come. You've all come to witness his miracle."
No. No, that's
Just no. Just no.
Nah. Good.
Nah.
Is that what Reeves said?
Nah.
that's not that's not at all why we're here. We came for answers, not for actions.
Nice save.
Answers? Well, if answers is what you've come for, I fear I cannot give the answers you likely seek. I am simply a servant of the Morning Lord. I am ordained here to redeem this land and its people.
You've been fooled. You may wield the power of the Morning Lord, but you are not bringing light to the people.
Jeff, you said there's a wooden sun behind him, correct?
There's a wooden sun necklace around like that he's wearing, and there is a golden like ornamental piece that hangs above the hearth.
Okay. Now, does it look actual gold?
If you kind of like walk up to the hearth, I mean, although he is kind of waiting for an answer, but if you were to like kind of walk around the room and
Cormac's just ignoring him and wandering the room.
look at the look at it. You're not entirely sure. It is engraved with the symbol of the sun. It looks like well made. Yeah.
So yeah, I posed that question. I make that statement to him. You may wield the power of the Morning Lord, and you may believe you're bringing his light, but I assure you, you're not. I asked you many times what your sin was.
And I shared with you my only sin has been the inability to cleanse all those around here, to cleanse these lands. But I feel I will soon enough.
Oh, please spare us more of this self-righteous bullshit.
So my sin, my only sin, maybe my biggest sin, not my only sin, was being so proud that I thought I could save anyone from this place.
And yet you stand here able to save one that you cherish dearly and risk the seconds, the minutes that tick by.
All we do is damn them. I refuse your offer.
No deal.
Well, if that is your final decision, then the Morning Lord does not wish it to be so.
The Morning Lord has no power over me. This is my decision. As a weak, mortal being.
To the weak and the mortal.
He kind of nods and seems to accept your decision. He says, "Well, Cloven, no need to ruin lunch. If they wish to stay, they are more than welcome. And you'll play your finest music, won't you, Cloven?
Time to go, guys.
Yeah, I think we're done
Before he
here.
puts us to sleep.
No, he seems
Oh yeah. Don't believe you.
No.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, does it
Barovia.
feel? Does it suddenly feel after saying that and refusing? Does it suddenly feel tense or
it feels as
resigned?
if it feels as if your decision didn't matter to him at all.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Almost as if the offer is so mundane that it's now time for lunch.
Almost pisses me off even more.
I
Fucking dick. It's like he's brushing her off like she doesn't even matter.
I just think he thinks he's too good.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I see through his bullshit.
Can we take our break real quick?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't know what to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It's a
Think
good
about it.
time.
It's a good time
Yeah,
for a break.
I don't know what to do.
And don't
I
feel
know what I
pressured
want
one
to
way
do.
or another. Like,
We have to do something. We can't just keep standing here in the middle of his dining room.
well, he's basically said, based on like the decision, he said, well then let's have lunch commence if they wish to stay, and if not, then like the door is open.
I had
Like,
a big
out of-
breakfast. No, I'm just kidding.
Out of character, are we taking this guy out? I meant to say that earlier, but I was on mute apparently.
You're
Okay,
what?
we do need to have that conversation off table, I think, before
Yeah.
we come back from break.
Like,
Yeah.
are we taking him out? Like, because this is our
Alright.
chance to do so.
Well,
I was kind of thinking that myself. I'm like, we're alone in a room with him with only one of his monstrosities. This is a really good time for me to punch him in the face.
I don't think we're gonna take him out quickly.
No, we won't. But
No,
I
we
mean,
won't.
at least he's alone, and we don't have minions to deal with at the moment.
We will
Alone.
before we're done killing him.
Yeah. He's probably
I don't know that
tied
we
to
could
like
actually
some-
really have this conversation. I mean, we could basically have meaningful stares across the table. I don't know. Right.
Reeves. Okay, well, actually, Reeves's behavior is like when we established that we weren't doing that was first of all like reaffirming what Sid is saying, and would then actually be actively pushing for the party to leave the room, because I do want to talk to the party without the abbot
Mhm.
Yeah.
in the room. So Reeves is kind of like gently nudging the party, like, okay, that's all we have for you, and he wants to leave.
Okay.
But I do agree, though. I would like to take a quick break because liquor is calling me.
Yep.
Okay.
So good.
Travis, what are your thoughts? I know
I
you another very beautifully adorned portrait. As you look towards it, you can't help but notice a striking resemblance to the man that stands in front of you. Lastly, there's a stained glass window of what appears to be some sort of, and it's set in the western wall. Again, an unknown being that seems to be standing as if ready for some sort of crusade.
So the second picture, does that look like generally my mental image of a Deva? Essentially, like, would I see this and not think it's mine, but be like, yeah, would I think that it's a angel /
Yes.
Deva? Oh my god.
And the third one, like I said, is set into the western window. It seems to depict basically the first and the third image. You're unsure of who they are. If you all want to roll a history check, I'm happy to see what some of you might know about them.
I definitely will. Do I have good history? Probably not.
Let's hope one of you has good history.
I don't know.
Lisbeth crushing it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Lisbeth! There we go. You believe the portrait that hangs to the left, you believe that to be none other than Tasha Petrovna, the same
That was gonna be my guess.
being that the
first one or the third one?
The first.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
The one that is buried, the one that has the vision of the holy symbol. Now the third you recognize maybe from an old text. You probably know this because you grew up specifically in Barovia, and it would have been this area, this abbey, the Abbey of St. Markovia, that would have been quite famous for hundreds and hundreds of years. The portrait is none other than Markovia, and you believe this is a final rendition before the eve where she left against to her crusade against Castle Ravenloft. She is clad in very well-crafted armor, holding her well-known long sword and golden shield. So you believe this is the very paladin that this abbey is named after.
And he looks like
the second image.
angel.
That scares
So
me.
is this like a fallen angel type of thing?
I don't like that.
Now he does,
His
as you're all looking around the room, he does say, well, if it is your decision not to bring her back, I will honor the belief of the Morning Lord. But I am happy to share more over lunch if you wish to stay.
Can I ask, Dr. Mengele, what are your plans with all of these creatures that you have locked up?
The plans are quite simple. I do not have anything but the guidance of the Morning Lord. I do not have the heart to turn my, and he kind of sighs for a minute, to turn them into anything but what they are today. I do not have the heart to strike them down. It is not my place.
So you're not like building an army of monsters or anything like this.
Cormac.
He kind of shakes his head no. He says, if we are to be candid and truthful, I wish the Morning Lord's light had blessed them in a way that they would not have become what they are today. Their imprisonment here is all but necessary.
So, if I'm following you correctly, you claim to have power of Morning Lord, but then you just said you wish that the Morning Lord had blessed them. So if
He has,
but he turned them into monsters. So and through you, right? You are the channel here. You are the conduit between the Morning Lord and these so-called people that you are saving. So do you really believe that you wield the power of Morning Lord? If what you are creating through his name is such abominations to nature and against all tenets of what the Morning Lord would teach?
but abominations to nature is what you see. Cloven here is exactly the way that he wished to be.
I doubt that very highly. And anybody
Cloven does kind of chime in. He says, "No, I do want to be like this. Master granted me these powers."
Can I ask you a question? Were you kicked in the head by a mule when you were young? Because
What powers?
He kind of shows you the fact that he's got like this giant crab-like hand. He has 2 heads. You think the power from different creatures.
okay, so what you call powers are what other people would call hideous mutations. And I'm sorry if that offends you, but you know, most people to outside world, outside this little abbey there, would probably run and scream away from me. And I mean no offense. I'm sure you are very handsome to your people, but to most, I would not consider these powers. I would call them more a curse of what you have here. You are, to put it nicely, not very attractive.
Some could say the same about
You
you,
notice?
Cormac.
Yeah, he kind of he seems to nod, as if agreeing with the difference in viewpoints, and he says he kind of like pulls his chair back as if gesturing to sit.
We're gonna have a
Does he do that with his
philosophical
claw?
debate about beauty and
He
nature.
really wants us to stay for dinner.
I mean, there was once a famous person in the town that I come from who said, and it relates to beauty of sorts. He says, "I cannot define pornography, but I know what it is when I see it." And my friend, you are nowhere near that to anybody with sane mind. You are. Mirrors would run in fright from you. They break themselves.
I think it's time we see ourselves out. Cormac, you've expressed your views on what's happening here, and it's time we continue on with what we need to do.
Agreed.
Agreed.
I will come back with dictionary, and I will. We will go over this because you need to know. I feel like you are being misled, and that is not fair to you. And you know, education is key, my friend. You must
Can I
learn.
just yank Cormac and like let's go?
What is Sid's reaction?
I think so. Sid's going to look up at the middle, the second picture. I've never, look back at him and look back at the picture. And just ask, Is this you?
He kind of nods his head.
How old is that picture?
He looks great for his age.
I will pull my hood back and obviously show the kind of the glowing halo of me being a Asimur.
He kind of gestures you to sit.
I have not heard. I won't sit, but I won't leave either. I have not heard from my Deva since I've been in this place.
And
How
so
do you? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and so you wonder that just how I maintain contact with the Morning Lord.
Exactly.
Well, as a citizen of the heavens themselves, my arrival here was not one that I chose, but chosen by the Morning Lord. Sometimes, and this is something that you have sensed as well, even the gods must go through terrible trouble to pierce the veil surrounding the mortal realms.
And what of Strahd?
Well, I'm sure as you have all figured out already, Barovia does not simply belong to a mortal realm. Surely you've realized that by now. This realm is divorced from the worlds of normal men. No normal curse could shroud the sun so perpetually. No power could detain mortals here as easily as this land does. Have you ever thought as to why the devil never leaves this place? It is his prison, his punishment, and not by gods, not by the Morning Lord. It is because Barovia sits on the shoulder of the Shadowfell, a mockery of life, a realm of death and despair.
I'll pull out the book so he can see it and say, I know. That's why I chose to refuse your offer to resurrect Irina or Koliana or whatever name you give her. And I'm surprised that you would even offer, because you know to resurrect her would be to continue the cycle of condemning part of this prison. It's no solution. You would still be a prisoner here. And you've sat here doing nothing.
You describe what most describe as the black bottle, a place in which all souls swim until at last somebody takes a swig. Thing is, when any Barovian, any mortal dies in this realm, their soul is trapped. Whether you hold that soul in a body or not, whether you keep a body in the ground or bury it beneath it, it matters not. It is only time for a soul to find a new home. Why would I offer to bring back? Well, because the light still shines upon this place. And because without it, the cycle repeats. Bringing back somebody from the dead, bringing back the body in which their soul belongs, that is important.
And what will you do if we return with the amulet? And I'll point up at the amulet on, what's her name? On Tasha Petrovna's neck.
He looks very confused. You have information? You know where this amulet is?
We've seen it. And this place is not whole without it, and what you're doing is not complete without it.
Well, if you were to return the amulet here and help restore this place to the glory that it once had, well, I would be the first to be more delighted than you can ever imagine.
We can do that. You give us time to do that. Will you refrain from fulfilling any more bargains like the one with Dimitri and his son, at least for a time?
But I explained once before, when the Morning Lord calls for my guidance, or when I call for the Morning Lord's guidance, I must follow it through. Dimitri's son, his body had gone too far already, poisoned by the madness that surrounds this place.
And if the Morning Lord is calling now with us here, making this offer to cleanse this place, and all you have to do is be patient, have the will to be patient for a little longer, you would be so weak that you couldn't do that.
Time is something that I have far too much of.
He's a Zambi.
He kind of hints that it is not time that you have in both this world, but also with Irina.
I don't know that I understand.
You think he's referencing the fact that with the more time that passes, the more difficult a resurrection becomes, the more likely that the rot starts to set in, and it's not the kind of physical rot that he's referring to.
I'll open the book and I'll point. I'll like open the book to the spell that I cast, and I'll directly ask, "Does this have any power here?"
From physical decay? Yes. But not that which poisons the mind.
And roll an insight check.
Yep.
And maybe an arcana check. I don't know. Like, I don't know if I believe that he believes these things, I guess, is the hard part.
Yeah.
I'll roll an insight, but I also want to roll an arcana. Yeah, I don't know.
So what you do know, and you've seen this in your time at Barovia, is that when you saw somebody come back from anytime that you've seen somebody come back from the dead, it was for a very short time that they were gone. And even then you noticed that they raved of this afterlife experience. Almost as if they'd been stuck for eternity, even though, mere seconds had passed.
Like Reeves?
Yeah, I guess I'll look at Reeves kind of as he's saying this, because I haven't experienced this, and ask, is what he says true?
I nod.
Then do we risk handing over Irina? I asked that out loud to you, Reeves. If we know she's, in even these minutes, these hours, she's experiencing what you experienced seconds of.
I wouldn't wish that fate on my worst enemy. But if I were to imagine what her wishes would be, to remain there as she is, or to come back and be the monster that Ilya was, there's no doubt in my mind.
But
she wouldn't want that curse.
Ilya was gone for months, wasn't he?
You think he was gone for about 2 weeks, so give or take.
As opposed to a few
20
hours.
days, basically.
So that's the choice we're making right now. Is do we leave her? Do we
There.
no? Do we essentially let her soul rot in the dark bottle, even if it's with the body,
until it comes
and the
back
body's
again?
fine? Yeah, until it comes back again in some future person. Do we leave it there? And has she ever been stuck like this? I mean, that's the other thing. Yeah, has she ever been stuck like this? Like,
She's been brought back several times, right?
Yes, but that means that doesn't necessarily mean she's been stuck as in the dark bottle for very long. You know what I'm trying to say?
So how do we know she's in the dark bottle now?
Also, have we trapped her in the bottle?
That's what I'm trying to say. Has the gentle repose essentially trapped her in the bottle?
Locked her spirit to that body.
Yeah.
Preventing it from going into some newborn.
That's what I'm worried about.
I
have no concern.
10 days there.
What I'm learning of this place, I have no concern. As much as it was difficult to see Irina killed, I have no concern for her body, or anyone's body in this place. I have concern for their souls.
I think it's time we accept that we've lost the Irina we knew. It's time to let go of that and let the
the abbot will interrupt you and say, if you leave, then yes, that is the choice that you have made. But there is still time.
Sid.
If you resurrect her and she's an abomination, I will have no reservations about killing her. How will you react? Will you allow it?
I cannot go down willingly unless the Morning Lord so tells me. But if it is the Morning Lord's will that she be brought back pure of heart, pure of mind, pure of body, then that is what will happen.
We have a choice. We can release the soul now, or we can allow him to bring her back and deal with what the consequences of that are. What do the rest of you wish? I'm saying basically I could release the spell. I could dispel it, and I could essentially let her soul go.
I'm leaning towards letting him do it.
Sid, we've in this place tried to maintain our greed, our maybe not our greed, our naivety around what we can hope to achieve and what we can hope to keep in this place. And every time we've tried to keep everything and sacrifice nothing, we've lost more than we ever thought we would. I fear if we take this path again, we will be taught that lesson a third or fourth time.
I was truthful earlier when I said that my sin was pride. I think we have to release her soul and go about our duty to the rest of the land. Chance or Lisbeth? I don't know if you guys haven't spent as much time with Irina, so I don't know if you guys care or not. Chance, you did. You were developing some relationship.
Yeah, I'm like kind of tied to her, but then I also kind of am not. I just care more about doing like what I guess because I'm like watching you, Sid, like the whole time. I'm like I can't have him crack. Like we need him. We already lost Mercer, so.
Well, you would know that from the beginning of their journey, her brother Ismark was the one that kind of sent them on this journey.
I mean, I was kind of like before this session, I was kind of leaning towards like giving it a shot, and then obviously, like you said, if it doesn't go well, we like kill her, and then I would assume that her soul goes back anyways, so it's kind of like worth the risk. But then again, we might be ruffling more feathers by doing it that way than just releasing her soul.
What's to stop Strahd from opening up the sky again and killing her again?
Yeah.
You think that was likely somehow tied to the...
Yeah. But he could do it again. Like, we could go somewhere else with her and he'd just do the same thing and kill her again. If she doesn't do what he wants her to do.
The only real way to buy her soul time at this point is to release it back.
Yeah.
I think.
So,
Cormac,
I was going to say, Lisbeth is going to ask you if you'd like him to retrieve her body.
Yeah, I ask if you can bring her, produce the body.
While you guys were talking about that, I'm still talking to the crab guy.
Oh my god.
And another thing, Crabman. Like, the reason why people eat crabs and don't keep them is because they're too ugly to keep as pets.
He asks you if you'd like him to show you, like he'll show you his instrument.
Seems like an ask.
Are we about to have a musician's duel here?
Yeah.
Ever went down to Georgia?
A fiddle battle.
A fiddle battle.
No, see, that is something I can respect.
Is he a fiddler, Crab?
Oh,
he is a fiddler.
Oh god.
It's like a violin.
That's a fiddle.
If you look at the picture, it's in the picture.
So while he's doing that, I'm gonna pull out my my flute and start playing, but simultaneously playing a counter charm.
Oh.
Can we hear what that one sounds like?
The flute?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Pan flute. Pan flute. Gotta get a pan.
While you're doing this, can I like get the bag and try?
Yeah, I was gonna say I would like to collect the bag.
Gingerly remove the body while this
He's
doing you away with
bullshit.
While the music's playing, yeah, we can do that.
Now,
you could
as
play a
We have to make
solemn
sure we hold the
lament.
arms close so they don't get caught in the bag this time.
We've wrapped her up
Coming up.
like a mummy, haven't we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
We
okay.
wrapped her up.
Just to be clear, I am not trying to give the body to him.
Mhm.
I am
No,
pulling
yeah,
the
yeah,
body
yeah.
No,
out
we're just trying to pull her out of the bag.
for my own spell.
Nice performance check.
let's see how Cloven does.
I'm putting my volume up. This.
You are a much better instrument player than he is.
Yes, because I am not part crab.
Could
Instruments
I
from
burn
her
a... Oh,
fingers.
never mind.
As you retrieve the body of Irina, the abbot asks for a final time, "Are you sure you do not wish Irina to be brought back?"
Look, if we're going to kill her anyway,
We're not
might
killing
as well
her.
let them try.
Cormac.
She's gone.
I'm sure.
All
I've
right.
saved her. I've saved her out of my own pain, out of my own pride, thinking I could save everyone.
All right. I'm going to put a poll up because this is a
Hot
Big
debate.
decision?
a big decision.
Oh damn! Now I don't know which one I want to choose.
The campaign will go on either way, right, Jeff? This
Mhm.
isn't like a
Campaign
campaign-ending
will
decision.
nope. The
Okay.
campaign will continue on, but it's an important decision one way or another because this is
It's
you
like
know,
a bargaining chip with Strahd too. That's the thing that I keep thinking in the back of my brain,
Strahd
right?
killed her.
I know, but if we can protect her going forward, not leave her in fucking Kresk.
I think
I
no
could
matter
be
where we
wrong,
take
but
her.
Where's
I
the
don't know.
poll?
so it's in the chat. We have 1 vote
Oh.
to revive, 3 for do not revive.
What do we think Merek would say?
I don't think Merek would care.
Yeah, he'd probably like pet the horse.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Merek would be against
You would-
reviving her because of the
Yes.
abominations.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's all about like the order of nature.
And he doesn't like, yeah.
He's been vocal against necromancy in the past.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, why not give the man a chance if we're going to just kill her anyway? If she comes back as abomination, you're going to end her life. You're going to end her life right now. Like,
We don't need to
either
put her through
way,
that, though.
she's going to die.
Her life has already ended.
Mhm.
Right, but okay, so to
Cormac,
put it
one
in
thing
more
you'll learn about this
semantically
land,
appropriate terms, we either release her soul or we kill her.
the more time you spend in this land, you'll find out it doesn't only take the things you expect it to. It rips more than you could imagine at every opportunity it gets. We could think the worst that can happen is that we have to kill her, and next thing you know, the unimaginable would occur.
I mean,
And-
y'all are the experts, so you do what you will. I barely knew the woman.
A good friend. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we can think of it as when she died, she was happy. I know she died in a horrible way, but she was happy.
We saw somebody
And
she
if we
loved, didn't
bring
she?
her back and she's a monster and we put her through that pain and put her through that, or if we bring her back at all and her mind's been through what Reeves has said is worse than death, can't we just leave her
You
as
notice
she was?
the abbot kind of pulls out a small pocket watch. And he says, "The mind does not get poisoned so quickly. It takes at least until sundown."
She died happy.
I don't think. Yeah.
And as go ahead.
I was gonna. Well, I don't know if we're in agreement. I was gonna do something, but if something's
Go ahead.
about to happen,
No, go
I
ahead.
was gonna role play casting Dispel Magic on
Okay.
her. But if something's about to happen, that's not an instantaneous spell, but yeah, I would lay her body out. I'd probably process some of the grief over not just the loss of Irina, but Arabella and her father and all the kids and just kind of all these people that we couldn't save, that Sid sort of started to blame himself for. And he would lean down and cast Dispel Magic on the body to dispel the gentle repose. And you'd probably be crying while he's doing it.
Aww.
Oh,
Aw.
Sid's so emotional.
So emo.
As this is happening, you hear from above the dining hall, the stairs slowly creak as if somebody's walking downstairs.
God damn it.
Better not be her boyfriend.
When you look up, you see a woman sitting there. She's in kind of this tattered red gown, but something about her doesn't seem quite right. As the abbot notices, as you're kneeled over Irina, he looks up and says, "Vasilika, come say hello. We have some guests."
Does
the woman...
this happen as this? Have I already cast the spell, or is
Yep.
this kind of interrupt?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Like, do I have to like protect this body
Nope.
from?
No. As
Quick, in the bag.
As she comes down the stairs, you finally realize what's wrong. You see something that looks very familiar to you, Sid and Train. You think resemblance to a flesh golem that you remember.
What did he call her?
From the Bone Grinder, Vasilika.
Yeah,
I'll type it in the chat.
Is the crab still playing the violin?
He is.
Yep.
And I've bolded some letters for you.
Ah. It's Isa.
Or at least part. It looks much different than what you remember. As you look, you notice that Isa tries to open her mouth to speak, and there's just these syllables that kind of come out, but it's not the same Isa that you remember. It's nonsensical words. You notice as she kind of tries to smile, stitches kind of rip on her cheek.
Oh man.
Does she look to recognize us? Like she reacting to Sid?
No. The abbot then speaks. He says, "Well, you wondered how I will cleanse the land? Well, this world is a prison that the devil cannot leave any more than you can. But I hold the key to those misty gates, and that key will liberate us all, and she stands in front of you. The new bride for Strahd."
What does that mean? Reeves says out loud.
What's...
You're asking the abbot?
I'm actually, yeah, I actually
okay.
say, what does
Okay.
that mean? Yeah.
Well, The thing is, I am but a simple instrument in these lands, and I've thought long and hard for what is it that one would wish to unleash and pull back the grip that he has on these lands. Well, none other than the perfect bride. And so I've spent my time, well, you can see where my time has gone. She is perfect.
Who are you pointing at?
Just, I mean, we've met Strahd's wives. Isa doesn't seem his type.
Well, I can assure you, she will be the perfect bride. And once he has found true love, true perfection in this creation, he will cease to be. And finally, these mists will fall. We will finally be free.
And is this the work of the Morning Lord?
Yes. And once we are free, we will praise the Morning Lord.
Can I insight check him again on that? Does he really believe this is the
100% he believes it.
Oh my god.
Do you also have some wax wings up there?
He doesn't respond.
Doubly appropriate for the Morning Lord.
Well, you know,
Does-
hubris, all that.
She is incomplete. I feel like you still have some work to do.
You notice that as Basilica is kind of like blinking at you, you notice like seams around her eyes like start to tear open ever so slightly.
Oh no. It's like a nightmare before Christmas. Sew that shit back up.
I don't think she has the motor skills to do that.
I don't know this person. I don't think I met them, right?
How does he?
They
They came with us to Valaki, and then we kind of lost track.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
This is our fault again because we lost track of this person.
How
We've
does
done
he
this.
plan on presenting her to Strahd?
Well, there are but a few things that she must learn to be a great wife. Perhaps one of you would care for a dance?
That's okay.
That's a hard pass.
I felt like we off table. I felt like I just had a connection with this guy. God damn it!
Turns out he's a crazy.
I
Well, I
think
Crazy
he
Mary.
used to be good, and living in this land this long has completely twisted his
Yeah,
mind.
he's
You think
twisted his
that?
mind. Yeah.
Wow.
I think he was, because I started swaying the same way. I'm like, I don't really think he's a bad guy, and then I'm like, no, this place fucked him up.
On the bright side, maybe this is a great project for him to work on for the next few days while we go take care of some other business.
Who is the soul that inhabits this body? We know who the body looks like.
Well, her like she was just a head when we found her. Like she was a like decapitated head with
So
a lot of sass.
is this
Yep.
head still attached to the body that I attached her to?
Part of it, yes.
God damn it!
What you notice is like like I said, there's a couple things that are just completely off. You notice that like
Do we have a
she
picture
just
of her?
yeah, I actually do. She
I
does
mean,
like
it was off when I
eerily
attached.
the wrong gestures to a lot of the things that she's doing. Like she's trying to like flip her hair, and like as she does, she's like pulling out like literal like whole handfuls of hair.
I hate it.
Yeah, it's Sally.
Like, she still needs some tweaking. It's not
Yeah.
all there with the programming and the...
Yeah, there you
Sally
go.
was nimble.
Yeah. Okay, she seems like... No, she needs some work.
Oh wait, let me see here. Oh, that's better
Sorry,
than I thought.
did he answer my question of how he plans to present her to Strahd? How can he plan on making? I mean, he said he's gonna make her into the perfect wife. What's gonna? He's just gonna drop her off at the door, walk away.
I hope one day, yes. One day very soon.
Yeah, this guy's fucked.
I just released Irina's soul, and now there's this fucker.
We still made the right move there.
I
think we agreed.
don't regret it. And
I still think we should just leave. That's my
it's either
opinion.
yeah, no, yeah, like
Reeves has been doing that thing where you just like talk a little bit,
Like-
then take one step
Yeah.
towards the door, and then talk a little bit. And you
Wait,
take
that's you in real life. What are you talking about?
putting
Yeah.
his jacket on, still talking.
yeah. I think I would pick up Irina's body that now has no more magic in it. We've dispelled it. Dispelled the gentle repose. And I would say I think this plan of yours is, well, to be frank, I think it will fail. But my
Reeves,
offer my offer to return the symbol stands.
As you say that, and as the darker part of the day begins, the weather outside also, you think, begins to worsen as you kind of hear the winds pick up from, again, that lighter dusting of snow to almost sleet. Now it's almost like the heavy snow as it lands on the cobbled roof are like, it's almost as if they're piercing the roof above you. The wind is frigid, it's sharp, and you think that is why here in the hall it is much colder than other parts. The cracks of the foundation not as whole as they used to be. The dinnerware in front of you rattles. And the candles begin one by one to fade out. Above
Be that
all
Christmas
of this
song.
noise, above all of this wind, you hear a very strange sound. The sound of a horse in full gallop, but it is not
Uh-oh.
amongst cobbled stones that you hear it. It is almost as if dancing upon the clouds. That is when, very quickly and abruptly, in a move that you haven't seen the abbot move so quickly before, he cocks his head, confused. And just like Reeves a few moments before, he opens his mouth, goes to speak, but just does not know what to say. That's when, Cormac, your battle with Cloven ends as a string on his viol snaps. That's when you all feel it in your bones that the devil is here.
Oh, Christ.
Get the fucking bag.
Well, the opposite of Christ, actually.
I will run and try to shove the body
Back in?
the bag, I guess.
Okay.
I am helping you.
Ev-
Elizabeth is helping you.
Even like, I mean, yeah.
Unceremoniously this
Head
time.
first.
fucking hiding
Get
it.
the fucking ass back in the
Okay.
bag.
Actually,
Sid trips,
hold-
goes in with it.
hold on
Just
one
joking.
second. Hold on one second.
Just fold the leg. Just
Hold
fold the
the
leg.
door.
Can you-
Hold the door.
Can you give me 1 second?
I don't think the devil's gonna come through the door.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll just try to shove the body back in the. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Easy.
The abbot, not
Aye, aye.
like he did before, almost like much more quickly, almost without a thought, does walk to the doors of the main hall to open them up. And then it is just as you feared. As he turns back, you can see a quiver, even on his lips.
Are we
What
running?
would you all like to do?
I feel like we should run. I feel like we don't want to. If
Greg.
this guy's scared, we need
Do
to.
we have a chance to make a portal like last time and just get the
No,
fuck
I
out
don't-
of Dodge?
I will. I don't have those spells.
I'm-
No.
Once she's in the
Ooh.
bag, I'm snatching up the bag. Elizabeth is gonna.
That is my bag.
Cormac,
very
not
Would
my
you-
fucking time.
Like to be the
I will
target.
give it right back.
Um,
Do you want the devil after you? Because
I think yeah.
As
I
you
would
say
actually-
that,
let's
as you
go.
say the word devil.
wears Prada,
oh
okay?
shit, my bad.
No, just as you say the word devil, like even the hearth, like kind of like dims fully before very slowly coming back.
Hey,
Reeves,
Jeffy.
Do you, Cormac?
Reeves steals himself.
I will cast Fire Shield on myself, and which will brighten.
You steal yourself?
I stand up straight. I just
We're not
Oh,
running.
okay.
with
Yeah, yeah.
purpose. And yeah, I hand on my father's dagger.
The
Okay.
abbot, kind of looking back at you all, walks into the courtyard.
Fly, you fools.
I will cast Fire Shield on myself
Sure.
and walk.
Yeah, go
and,
ahead.
And walk to the doorway.
Okay.
I'm right on your ass.
Look here, kicking man. I can get out of here a lot faster than you can.
I'm kind of dangling the bag a little.
I'm
Here,
holding
so
him. You're
Cormac
like
can't
dragging me along with it.
Does everyone?
kind of ignoring you. You could be holding on to it as I'm walking up the door with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like literally like toes just barely touching the ground as I'm like trying to pull it back.
All right.
I don't need to roll an
So-
attack roll.
Can I cast
Sorry.
aid on everybody?
Yeah, you could cast whatever you like.
Sorry, I'm
I
trying
can
to.
put fire. No, I can put fire shield on you. You're good.
Okay.
Just tick off the slot, and I got you.
Okay.
As Lisbeth and Cormac kind of go by
Are you
me,
choosing cold or fire resistance?
I was gonna do. I'll do cold resistance.
as Lisbeth and Cormac go by me, I grab Cormac by the hair on his chin and just look him square in the eye and say, if you hope to live past the next 15 minutes, stand up straight, shut your mouth, and pay attention. You've never been in more danger than you're in right now.
I've also never been more torn down. But I get your
Oh my
point.
god.
And I let him
Cormac's
go.
gonna get us all killed by the devil.
100%. Sid,
Can we
Yeah,
just
what do
shove
I
Cormac
say?
in the bag?
as you come out, you do not see anything, but you hear the faint sound of hooves to the south. You think by the entrance to the
Like
like
here.
into the abbey. Like no, here the entrance that
Okay.
you all come through.
Where did the
I-
chick go?
The chick, she's probably still standing.
She is still
somewhere
there.
in here.
She's still just standing.
Yep.
Kind of. Okay.
Seeing him go into the courtyard, hearing the hooves coming to the gate, I will look at what's his name, the fiddler on the roof.
Yep.
Is there another way out of here?
He kind of shakes his head.
Saying what? Saying
Um,
Can we jump?
is this wall here?
There's a
An
wall that
exterior wall?
This wall?
This one?
Yeah, you believe it would be.
I do have
But that doesn't-
Featherfall.
But that doesn't get us out. That just gets us out of the building.
Yeah.
It
Fine,
actually
below
gets us
that wall.
right next to his
closer,
horse.
right next to where he's coming from,
Okay.
because that's the front
Okay.
gate.
No, I think
There's a window up above, and I can cast Featherfall up to 5 of us.
to Reeves. What about the window with the raven? What about the
was
room where we saw the raven?
It was a small window.
Isn't that also?
It's in the other building. It's across the courtyard, isn't it?
Oh fuck.
All right. Well, I think we're gonna have a confrontation here. I don't know.
We could jump if she's got Featherfall. There's a
I
cliff
mean,
side. We could jump.
We can't get up to that window to climb out. It's on the second.
We
Is-
can-
to the party-
One of us is gonna be stuck though, because it only goes on 5 people.
I'm
I
telling
already
you, we
have
shove
Featherfall.
Cormac in the
Oh, yeah.
bag. He can breathe for 5 minutes in the bag. We shove him in the bag and we jump.
I think we're gonna run out of time debating this. I don't know.
I'm not putting in the bag.
Yeah.
So
I don't know much
Um,
about Cormac, but I know he ain't
Run
getting
out the
in
window,
that bag.
go!
the abbot is kind of like looking towards you all and then
Uh-huh.
looking back towards the front gate.
I look at everybody and kind of gesture
He's gonna.
to the
Is
door.
he gonna want this body, or are we gonna give it to him?
Gesture to which door, Reeves?
The door. I think
Just to,
we need to.
just
I
to
think,
go.
I think we need to go out there
Okay.
and talk.
GTFO.
And
How Sid's going?
All right.
we
Oh.
can't.
Sorry.
That's
we
too far,
can't
though.
die. I look
can't
at
die.
Lisbeth and say, "We're not gonna die for flesh and bones."
I have no plans on dying here.
Alright, fuck it.
All right.
Not giving my bag to a man called the devil.
As you
He's
go
not
out,
called the
Cormac.
devil. He is the devil, Cormac.
it is just as you feared. At the gates stands the devil Strahd himself, and beside him, a horse as black as night. I am going to post a picture in the chat.
Of the pony.
Why do we always end on cliffhangers?
I said he's doing all this shit now at the end of the session, and now we gotta wait.
Oh, I got a goodie for you guys. Are
A
you ready?
goodie? Okay.
It's so
Tash,
pretty.
What the fuck did
As-
you post?
The chick.
Ew! Just no.
It is just as you feared. And beside Strahd, you see a horse, black as night, as dark as that corner of the mind that you dare not venture. The steed's mouth is fanged, and its mane is pure fire that dances in the darkness. And that's when Strahd looks at you and says, "We meet again." His voice cuts through the howling wind, and his smile is all fanged this time, as he simply states, "You have something that belongs to me. My beloved Tatiana, and I will have her."
Oh no.
You killed her, dude. Does Merek say anything or do anything about the horse? That just came in.
Oh yeah.
He goes to pet the horse.
He goes to pet the horse.
Are you hungry?
He instantly dies from the horse. What would you all like to do?
Sid will
Um,
step forward and just say, no.
Oh.
Sam, we're not supposed to die here.
Bitch. Sid said no.
It is as I feared.
Oh my.
But you see, I did not come here to ask you. And lo and behold, the fateful journey here, well, with consideration for the fact that I could have just taken my normal way to get here. But it was that fateful choice that I saw a torch on a carriage along the road, and all it took was posing as a frail, wounded old man,
God damn you, Jeff.
and the kindest
Freaking-
of souls stopped to help me along the way. And that's when, from behind the gate, he pulls Mercer
Oh
into
no!
view.
You son of a bitch.
And that is where we'll leave this session.
You.
Fuck Irina. Bye.
God damn you, Jeff.
Is that a joke? Or, like, are you done?
No.
Are you done talking?
So good.
Scott just screamed from the other room, "What the fuck?"
I'm not your friend anymore.
I don't believe you.
Cancel
are you
those
joking?
tickets, Travis. I'm
I'm
not
not
going
joking.
to Canada.
Yeah,
It's
those
not
tickets.
Canceled. The trip's
They're
canceled. We're
they're
not getting together in
refundable, right?
August.
That's
We're gonna
refundable.
TPK the entire party right here.
And so he says,
Oh shit.
a fair
Ants
exchange.
might cry.
Is Mercer like alive?
He is
standing there?
wounded but alive. Yeah.
Okay, that's not even a question. I'm pulling the body out. Right? Reeves said it's just flesh and bones.
Oh my god.
Can we decide at the
We're
beginning
gonna
of
think
next
on this.
session?
Yeah,
We're gonna think on
let's-
I'm
this.
just
Yeah.
stating that, like, in
Let's-
Lisbeth's mind, he's like, you told me not to die for it. You said it's flesh and bones, and I know that dude. So, what we shouldn't even be hesitating.
Put a vote, Jeff.
We have
No,
a.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Take some time to think. I always like to leave it on a nice cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I mean,
get
we
attacked
obviously want
as a
Mercer,
party.
but how
Yeah.
do we want to play it? Yeah.
We. Yeah.
Are we playing on Monday or are we playing on Wednesday?
Let me take a look.
We all
quickly.
just cleared our schedules and we're playing on Monday.
John, I know you haven't seen your sister in a while, but I'm just gonna say
Like-
you have two characters.
Two
that-
people, and I
You-
really want to know Mercer's reaction to all this shit, cause.
Can you do?
So,
we have to do a scene where Cormac talks to Mercer.
Oh.
well, it looks like, yeah.
It's okay. I've been practicing that in the shower.
No, so it looks like Mercer can't make it on
Yeah.
that one.
Right.
John,
So,
can you
what-
look at
What
the
time will
poll?
we play on Monday?
It would be normal-ish time.
So 6:30.
Yeah.
Actually,
Don't cancel your plans for that,
Don't
dude.
Actually,
we
no.
can, we can wait till Wednesday. Yeah.
Hold on.
Hold on.
From what I know, it might just be like a preliminary dinner when my sister gets home on Friday. So I've got the whole weekend to hang out with her. It might just be a family dinner get together, and they're gonna be tired as fuck since they're coming in from Spain and their whole schedule is mixed up. And her husband still has to work, so I might be able to make it.
Okay. Yeah. If you can.
We'll do it tentative.
Yeah. If you can take a look at the poll that's in the Wednesday chat.
Because most of the time I'm just available. Like
Here, I'll tag you again.
I don't have a life, so
Here, I'll tag you because that way I just wanted to get numbers for all the potential Mondays that we could play to see which.
by the way,
for people.
I know you guys probably have to work, but Monday is a holiday for us, for me anyway.
Yeah,
so
we
I-
just had our holiday, so.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a holiday for me as well. So we might be getting together at like 1:00, and so by like 4, I'm so fucking tired of my family. I'll be out of there. So regardless,
Pick a fight with them that day. See?
Yeah.
I can do it. And I've
You
done
need
it
to talk about
before.
politics.
Yeah.
You know
I'll
what to
do
bring
it
up.
again.
Just spend the entire weekend as Cormac.
Yeah, just
And the
be
entire weekend
invoiced.
is Mercer.
Be invoiced the whole time.
Just say you're practicing for your new job or something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we'll tentatively pencil in Monday. John, just let us know just because you're critical to the session. So if not, we'll play Wednesday.
Yeah,
To
that's
be
fine.
fair, I'm
No
always-
pressure. No pressure.
It's
but-
more out of my level of excitement than I need. Like,
Yeah.
we don't have to play on Monday.
No.
but I'm excited.
I'm
Is
glad you
there-
guys are excited. I know it's a twist in the plot.
I'm so mad at you. I'm so
Everything-
mad.
Okay,
He didn't even.
So,
Why
off,
would be
off table.
Your
Off
fucking
table.
smile, dude.
Of course, because I've been scheming the whole time and I can't tell anyone like in the world. And then when it comes out, I'm like, yes.
Fucking Dumbledore. you-
Dumbledore.
Sorry, this chick.
I feel like I sent the animal
I have her for
messenger. I just feel like it's all my fault.
Nice.
No. He asked me earlier today. Do you mind if I take any liberties with Mercer? And I was like, depends.
So what you're saying is
No,
Mercer's
no,
coming
no, John. The
Like-
answer is always no. Why would you say yes?
Because it could also have been a cool epic like savior
This is
moment
cool
as
and
well.
epical, right?
This is a cool and epic moment.
Yeah.
This is a good, for me, I was like, this is a
Keyword.
cool story moment. Like,
Keyword was savior moment in that.
Do we
Now,
have?
one
Do
thing
we have
that you
any
guys
thoughts?
would
Are
know.
we gonna like restrain Merek because
Yeah,
this
we'll
dude's
figure
gonna
it
open
out.
fire?
One thing you have now that you'll be able to tie together is the man that you saw, Mercer, the man that was injured on the side of the road,
Yeah, I know that guy.
was obviously Strahd.
Oh yeah. Oh, thanks.
But
Really?
the description of the man is oddly familiar to you. And you remember a coffin maker in Vallaki
The dude.
give you a very similar description under the guise of Vasily von Holtz.
Is he Dutch? Van Holt?
It's the guy who had the bones.
Yep.
This is
Oh no.
The
where we all
bones.
died. Well, where what's his name died? Where fuck, Avlar died.
Oh.
Yep.
That was before my time.
Like you gave him the bones?
No,
No,
so
we
there was a
went-
coffin
that was the
maker.
coffin
There was a
maker,
coffin
yes.
maker that
Yeah.
basically was told by like a noble-looking man, or at least that's what the coffin maker told the group. That a noble-looking man came to his home, telling him because business had been really bad in Vallaki for a coffin maker, because people weren't dying, and so an old-looking man, a noble-looking man, came by his door and said, "If you let me use your like part of your shop as space, I will guarantee that business will be booming in the next few weeks." And that he told that the group that the man introduced himself as Vasily von Holtz.
Storing vampires. Fucking coffin maker's house. And
Yep.
they gang banged Avlar.
Yep.
I hope Avlar
That's
comes.
your title. That's your title.
I hope he watches all of our streams. And just is like,
So
just
who was
watch this.
Strahd portraying on the road?
Vasily, the same
the noble guy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that means
but that
he was able to come into Vallaki even back then.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. No good.
and that's when you probably realize that the mayor, saying the wall keeps him out.
Shit.
No, it doesn't.
Wonder if he struck a deal.
So you're
Stop
saying
that noise.
Vallaki's not our fault?
Well, wouldn't go that far,
I'm just gonna
Technically-
say.
There's an
I was gonna
alternate
say-
universe. There's an alternate universe where we don't fuck shit up, and Vallaki's in much better shape than it was.
I will say that the whole, like town, like burning down and like orphanage burning down, like that,
All the kids dying.
that in
100%
the
our
alternate, that in the alternate universe does not happen.
So
Oh man! All right.
We're doing
guys.
great. We're doing great.
Hey, I still feel like I made the right decision. I
You
feel
did.
like Strahd's pissed because I made the right decision.
Mm.
did you imagine if you
And-
still get to
Threatened.
repose and he showed up?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
like doing him a favor.
Universe.
Hell no. He'd been like, "Oh, thank you for keeping
The
such
only
good
thing I
care of her."
regret is I didn't like burn the body immediately.
Mm.
I
Off
mean, we
table.
I think we would have if
It's
we had
not
time.
too late.
Off table.
Just fireball.
Yeah, never mind.
No, tell us.
No.
You can't do that. You can't do
No.
that.
Can we set a fire inside the bag of holding and not damage the bag of holding?
There's no oxygen.
No.
No.
I'll
Think of it
open
like
I'll
spit-
open
like-
it a little bit.
Let some
Let
air
some
in.
air flew.
Think of it like a
Strahd
vacuum
looks up
inside,
like
basically.
blowing in the bag. Smoke's coming out.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That's messed up. Well, we're gonna get to see Mercer again.
Well,
Yeah.
you see him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go, but
Yep.
this is good. I feel like we learned a lot. I feel like a lot
We
has
did.
moved forward.
That was a good session.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Fuck
Thanks,
you
guys.
guys.
We have a lot of plans.
I have therapy on Friday. I'm glad.
I was gonna say Travis
Oh,
started
no.
to lose it.
Okay,
all
our
these
next campaign,
disappointments.
we'll make it like a happy campaign, like like
Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to do a fun comedy fucker. I mean, there's gonna be consequences, but a fuck around.
I'm good with like a traditional fantasy level of
Let's
terror and
murder
horror.
Hobo. Let's murder
No,
Hobo
we
next
said the
time.
Valley Girls. That's the next.
Valley
The
Girls.
next,
yes.
Yeah.
What's
We're gonna
got
be-
Valley Girls?
We're gonna be hot. We're gonna be
Mean
hot
Girls.
Wait,
Yeah.
that's
They're
a
called
thing?
Absolutely.
The thing
And we-
is, I like this campaign a lot because, like, even in all the horror and like grim, there's still like those really cool moments.
Yeah.
There's a lot
No,
of
it's
shock
good.
factor too.
Well, the
That
more
makes
But
it,
like
like-
dramatic.
I think the
and
group
high
makes it though.
stakes.
It's the way that you guys like everyone's playing
Everybody's
it out.
so into it. It's
If we
like,
didn't care and just ran through it, we wouldn't catch all those things. I feel.
no.
It's true.
Yeah.
All right. I have to wake up
All right.
early for breakfast.
Okay.
So
For breakfast.
thanks a lot, guys. That was fun.
Okay,
Catch
Valley.
All
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Cool. All right. Well, that was a whole session there. Lots of crazy shit going on. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Pretty good cliffhanger. Nice to see Mercer back in the story and all that. But we will maybe be at it Monday. So stay tuned if anyone's hanging around for that. Otherwise, we'll be back next Wednesday. So thanks a lot, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.